Yes, there.
Do this.
Just sit
It's a
there.
didgeridoo here.
Sorry. Am I insulting you a little?
No, man, we'll go hang out in space, Australia.
Space Doesn't that sound differently? All
No,
right.
man, it's exactly the same as Australia, just in space.
You smart guy. All right. Okay, shut up, you three.
Make me.
I wasn't even talking.
You're too loud, Mercer. Shush.
Yeah, you're the loudest one here. Shut up for a minute, man. Let us all get a word in. Can't get it edgewise
Oh
with this
my
guy here,
God.
man.
Oh my God. I will mute all three of you for the moment. Actually, I could just do
I'm
even
surprised you have
worse.
it.
I can just do this. They can't even hear me except for through the stream if they're watching it. But you, Galaxy Star, can hear me, and they might because I know a few of them are probably in the stream. See? And all I did was just deafen myself. So that way I could see her talk for a moment. Not that going crazy. Let's see here.
Toss him.
There.
On the way?
Yeah, now I'm back. I can hear you guys.
You sure?
No. All right.
Positive?
Let's shut up.
We will praise in the almighty potato.
Oh my God. Okay, Potato Lord.
Damn straight.
All right. I'm a little tired, so forgive me. So I will try to remember everything. Guys, fill me in.
We lost Dave?
Dave,
I'm
here?
here.
Yeah, Dave's quiet. He's just sitting there.
No, we lost him in roll 20.
Oh, did you?
What?
I don't know. I can't see roll 20.
There he is.
Oh.
I was just tapped out.
Yeah, it changes real quick sometimes. So, and I need to. Yeah, I can leave that screen there. All right, we are back on the Phoenix with the assassin Gilgamesh, our soldier boy Overlord. I'm gonna call you Soldier Boy from now on because you're making me.
I will cut myself.
Are you gonna change the screen on the stream?
Shit.
Not yet. I will here in a moment. Jeez, be patient.
Well, 2 sessions ago, you absolutely forgot for like an hour and a half, so...
So what? All you're gonna see is, just propaganda stuff. Here, I will
I'm
flip the
fine with
screen.
propaganda as long as it's
There you go.
shockwaves.
Propaganda. There you go. Give it a second for you to catch up.
No, that's... Viva la Revolution, I demand shockwave propaganda, not this bullshit.
So, yeah, there's the YouTube channel. I'll start real quick with this. You can find both sessions or campaigns there. And then any other videos I've done, you can see them there, though, too.
Well, I see
now,
you're
we'll
egotistical enough to rewatch all your videos.
Actually, I had to rewatch that one to remember what happened because I was so tired this week. Dealing with some stuff, okay? Shut up. But yeah. There you go. There's the game. Are you happy now? Shut up.
I am satisfied for now.
Void Striker succumbed to a energon deficiency, and there was no cure, and he died immediately. Sorry.
Oh, I guess I gotta go make a bard then.
Yeah. Oh God. Are you gonna be Jazz?
Nah, man. Jazz wishes he'll be me.
No. But yeah, you can find the YouTube channel, catch up on those, and now we'll get into the session. This is, what did I put it as? 15? Yeah, 15. God, man, trying to keep up. So we left off. I'm losing my mind. It's okay. So we left them on the ship as they were devising plans for going after a particular lieutenant of Ava. At this point, before all that, the assassin Gilgamesh, badass he is, along with the not so great Void Striker, but he's there. I'm playing it.
The mythical, the man, the legend, Void Striker.
Meet with Kiara, who give them a lot of information on the lieutenants and a current new lieutenant named Torque, who became the first lieutenant. After meeting with her and her doing her little thing with them, I'll leave that vague as possible. They return to the ship where Overload has been doing his own little thing in there. I forgot what you were doing anyways. But before everything, at the beginning of the session, Aegis and Overload and Gilgamesh and Carbine. I am trying to fight, not being so tired. We're training in their own separate areas, learning to control themselves and learning about each other as well. During this point, though, they also encountered a problem with the other mini-cons in storage. He's not revivifying anything.
Just double checking it worked.
He's revivifying my pride.
Oh, I need to change that number to a lot more then. With the mini-cons in danger, Carbine devised up a little circuit that would temporarily hold their charge and give them at least a decent, somewhat charge until they can find the appropriate mini-con parts to keep the others alive and fully charge them. After meeting with Drift, at least Gilgamesh and Voidstriker have met Drift, who is a really cool looking sea turtle with very interesting coloring.
He's
to
from
him.
Space Australia.
Oh, yeah, he could be, yes. With really bright green eyes, kind of go deep every once in a while with the coloring, but he is their engineer. The mini-cons. The rest arguing in this moment. While they were in there, you could hear the other mini-cons trying to figure out what's going on, what's happened. At this point, it jumps back to Gilgamesh and Voidstriker coming back to the ship with plans, and they all sit down and have this nice little conversation in the galley. And Overload, causing trouble with the triplets and Blend. And setting them
I
to
don't
the
know what you're
end.
talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Now they want more nano oranges. So I'm reading chat real quick. What? All right. With all that, I'm going to jump you guys back in. If you guys have anything I'm missing, which I know probably am because I'm reading notes, but I'm all over the place in my head. So I'm trying to get straightened out. We're going to...
So,
So-
generally hit all the main points.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, are we picking up exactly where we left off, or has any time passed from the last session?
Did you guys go to rest at all? I don't remember. I couldn't remember. At the end of the session, I didn't get to all the way to the end, so I didn't hear it all. I don't think you
Well,
did.
the mini cons, I think. Well, Carbine had to go rest, and so I went to put her on a recharge bed. I would just be
Yeah.
taking like a short rest, if anything.
Yeah, you guys are technically fully charged still at this point because you haven't really done
Yep.
anything, so you're okay there. They're sitting in there. I got on the map. They're both on charge. That's right, because after the communication with the mini cons, it took a lot out of them because they are being a conduit for in a sense, the communication between you and the mini cons. The only time you guys actually get to hear their voices. Outside of that, you will not be able to understand them if they ever came out of it. You just hear a lot of R2-D2 argumentative beeping and stuff.
R2D2 screamers that go down the hallway.
That too. That's if Drift shows up and, he's wandering about annoying them. And if nobody remembers Drift, I could bring him back real quick. But you guys...
Oh man, bring Crush back. Let's go.
Dude, come on. Relax. Just chill, man. It's all right. Don't get things all, bent out of shape, dude. Come on. You were like, whoa. And you were like, whoa. And then you were like, whoa. Okay? Just chill. Be mellow. And back swims out. With that, you guys were discussing the plans. And after that, I think that's where we cut off, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to start out with Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Overload. What are you doing? Overload's dead now.
Like checking logs and seeing how our bounty is doing.
Your current bounty is still sitting at, what did I set that at?
500,000.
Yeah, you got a big
Same
bounty.
as mine.
Yeah, you both still have a 500,000 bounty.
Any revelations on
It kind of
trying to find us?
It will tell you that how many have taken the bounty. Yours overload shows at least a number of, I'm just going to do this for fun. 13 have taken the bounty.
Okay.
And for Gilgamesh, they've only taken 5.
Woo, my renown prevails.
I wonder how many people would go after like a bounty for Shockwave. Probably 0, because nobody's that stupid. Well,
There is no bounty on the board that you see, Overload, currently. You do see all the stuff that's going on in the normal news, in a sense, that's being reported on of incidents within and on Cybertron, that more upheaval is going on. But you really don't know what it really means a lot of. You would have to ask more like Gilgamesh. He would know those areas better than you. Since now they're all guild held mostly. Except for the dilapidated ones. Is there anything else you would like to see while you're there?
I guess do a bit of research on locations that we're going to be going towards.
All right. You pull up maps and you notice certain areas. The 2 main areas that you're looking to scope out for that second lieutenant, the easier target.
Yeah.
You notice the areas. It gives you kind of a 3D layout. You can spin it like a hologram in front of you over the console. And you see that it gives you, there's a lot of debris around. There's the couple tall buildings in the one area where he seems to frequent, like he's trying to get in with the guild there. And he comes out and unscathed, nothing's happened, but you do know the area a little bit by looking at this map, and you can see where supposedly he goes into a couple of the buildings, and he sometimes will be out in the street talking to some of these bots who are guarding the doors and trying to keep things in peace within their gilded area. The other area, a little less on it. It's more covered in debris, but it's pretty well cleaned up, so you can see certain spots, but it's more open. And from what Kiara gave you guys, you can see that there is not much really of ambush spots that you could hit easily, because it looks like he follows a path, he goes in, he's out in the open, he wouldn't be hidden in cover. And he does have guards during that time that you know of, that Kiara has given you guys in the reports.
All right.
Right.
And with Torque's location, I kind of want to narrow it down because I feel like I know, considering his personality, I feel like I know where he would be.
He hasn't been seen much. All Kiara really has is that he has been put in this first lieutenant position not long ago, like really probably within a few days. So he's, in a sense, knocked out the second lieutenant out of place. So he hasn't been seen a whole lot, but there's little notes that she's giving you guys of he does make kind of odd appearances, but not in some of the normal locations. You do know he will make himself known when he is in the open to be very over the top, very straightforward of I'm just going to rip your head off and he does it kind of thing. From the visions that you got from Aegis and other images, he is very brutal. He doesn't even say something sometimes, and he just laughs as he's doing it.
Yeah, I feel like on where he disappears to, it would probably be the equivalent of a black market in a sense.
Yes.
Finding a black market isn't easy, but considering I've known him for a bit, I should have my connections.
You do know of that he likes to have the underground fight areas where some of the black markets are.
Yeah,
But
the rings.
you would have to find somebody who would be able to tell you that. Might be able to fill you in on that.
I don't want to talk to Kiara.
Did I make a scary character?
You
She's not
could
that-
ask me to ask for you.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you made a character where if we're alone one-on-one with her, we feel like we're gonna get molested.
I didn't. Oh my god. Okay.
If anything, I'm gonna ask Gilgamesh to hook me up with a way to get to the black market. I'm not talking to Kiara.
Bad touch. Bad touch.
So you're gonna
He can deal with the trauma, not me.
Okay. So you're gonna contact
Dude, it
Gilgamesh.
feels even wrong for voice tracking, considering his basically like a grandfather, basically touched up by like a teenager man.
Oh, what have I done to you guys?
Hey, you made those
You did
choices.
this.
I
You did
gave
this.
you a direction. You went another way with it.
I had to keep you on your toes. That was too obvious. Okay. All right. So Overlord,
Yeah,
you're gonna go talk to Gilgamesh.
I'm gonna go to Gilgamesh.
You can either call him to the bridge or you can go find him. It's either way. You can use comms.
I'm gonna more or less just find him because I'm gonna be going off sooner than later.
All right, Gilgamesh, where are you currently at, and what are you doing?
I'm sitting in the galley meditating.
As you're sitting in in there meditating, you hear Overload kind of coming down. You can hear all this, and Overload steps into the galley there. Overload, you take over from here. What do you want to say to him?
You in the real realm or?
I'm never too far. He kind of looks up a little bit. What is it?
So I have my ways on finding out how to get to the second lieutenant and first lieutenant. However, I'm gonna need a little help from your friend. And I honestly don't want to talk to her personally.
You see a coy smile come over his lips. Did she make you that uncomfortable? You know she does it on purpose, right?
Many other things don't get me scared. She is one of them.
That's fine. What do you need to know?
Just simply how to get into the black market. I don't exactly know
So
the key
above
phrases
game,
within.
there's gonna be more than a few underground markets. I'm assuming, yeah, because we're talking about a whole planet.
Mm-hmm. but there was a specific detail I threw in there.
Well, yeah, to get into the underground rings.
Exactly. There's only so many of those.
So I'm just gonna quick send a little text message to Kiara. Do you have locations on any underground fight rings that might be associated to our new lieutenant?
You get an instant response back. For you, Gilly, I'll find out everything. Pretty much the message comes back like that. I'll find out anything for you. And she just puts a winky face real quick. Just give me a few moments, comes back again.
She's on it. It'll be a few minutes.
Now,
Gilgamesh,
what's the... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, Gilgamesh, within less than 30 seconds, you start getting a few readouts of locations. One of them just happens to be in the more open area, but it's not above ground. She gives you guys a map that leads to a spot where there's a hidden door, and all you have to do is give them the pass key to get in.
And what's the pass key?
Just a series of digits. All you have to do is show it to the doorman.
All right. So I'm going to stand up from my sitting position. I'm going to walk over to the table and lay down a projector, and I'm going to pop this up on the map for everyone to see.
As you do, this map comes up. You see the 3D layout again, Overload. You've seen it, but this time there is an underlying area. It's not really detailed, but Kiara she's gotten a lot of data on it. She knows a lot of her information. She shows where there's a door, and there's a little note that says, "Not what he looks like." And it's kind of like a question mark, like, not sure. So, just a little question mark there, but it shows a pathway down, and it kind of goes into a larger area.
I'm going to turn to Overload. So the one you're looking into, Torque, he frequents these rings?
Considering his nature, yeah. Anything that allows him to get his hands on someone without the consequence, he'd take it.
Oh, given his new stature, he's going to intentionally make himself hard to find.
Which is precisely why he's going into these areas.
So you know his tendencies.
We've partnered up on the battlefield every few times. I know his tendencies, he knows most of mine. Then again, at least one of us has changed.
So say we go after this Torque instead of Varish. What do you hope to learn from him?
Well, considering his nature, we can, if he's looked upon highly, we can probably get some information on possible entries that we could take advantage of, who will be trying to protect this new guild leader or trying to become one, as well as to see on who is opposed to her and who's aligned with her.
He's going to tilt his head for a moment. So do you intend to go to him as someone trying to join him?
More of making him an offer that he would like.
Given the information I've read on him, I'm not entirely sure he'd be that receptive, especially given his newfound position.
Yes, but if you can get something better, he'd take it.
Perhaps. It's a gamble to be sure. I'm more in line with going after Varish, someone who's been scorned and is, well, no longer in good graces. He's more likely to share more information because he's lost his position.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be getting to both of them. One from the outside and one from the in.
And while you two are sitting there, Void Striker, what are you currently doing, and where are you at on the ship?
Oh, I'm just hanging out over here in the discussion area.
So
Yeah,
you're
he's
doing
off
a-
in the corner just listening.
yeah, he's.
No, I'm doing calculations.
I thought he was trying to do that. What was it you were playing with, mahjong?
No,
Overlook.
that's too easy. That's
Yeah.
too simple.
Oh God! Wow, it's so.
Okay, fuck you, man. I'm trying my damnedest.
I wasn't even trying. I was like, whoops, okay. Void Striker, you kind of get a communication from Phoenix, the onboard AI. He indicates there has been a ship located, or at least something that fits the signals and energy signals that come from it. But it's not anywhere near Cybertron, not on Luna 1 or 2. Not any on the planets anywhere close by. It's very faint, but it's the furthest one he can reach.
Where does he have an exact location, or is it just a generalized
It's-
spatial grid?
It's more like a grid area, but it doesn't show up on any map charts.
Alright, well, I'm gonna walk up to the table where everybody else is speaking. Excuse me, may I have your attention for a moment?
Proceed.
We may have gotten a lead on potentially a minicon ship signal.
Alright, two.
It's far away and not particularly on any explored map coordinate.
Yeah. Not on any map that's showing in a particular area.
So this ship is not on Cybertron.
Nope.
No.
Not on Luna 1, not on Luna 2, not the Jungle Planet, not Velocitron. It's further out.
It might be even further out than the previously known location of Planet X.
Can I compare what he's found to the coordinates I saved when we activated the compass the first time and see if they correlate?
If you'd like to.
Yes, I'm just. I
So
mean,
you-
I'll just do that kind of internally.
So you're in your own optics, so they don't know what's happening. You just pulling up these little screens, boop, 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 and you start overlapping. There's a correlation to the coordinates. They're very close to each other. You're into that black void that there is no map description out there. It's blank. No stars, no nothing. It's just a void on the map.
It seems to match up with that compass we found. Those coordinates lead to at least a similar area. Which is a good thing that we still have it in our possession. Shockwave can't find it, and unless he's tracking the same signal you are. He doesn't know it's out
Completely
there.
different signals. Shockwave, as far as I remember, has very little interest in minicons. They are. The words I remember him using were too small for experimentation.
You two can
So
fill
that
it
was
in.
then, and he may have found a completely different way to experiment on them now.
That would make sense.
Shockwave is more of a person who's interested in attaining power himself, not through others.
Void Striker, can you do a perception check for me?
I can indeed.
Good.
I mean,
Over-
I can make it 29.
Nope, you don't need to. That is just fine. Void Striker, you're standing there. You're across the table looking at them. You're kind of standing there and you can see them clearly. you notice something odd that wasn't there before. It's a little symbol on each of their chests.
I would like to do an insight check, or would you prefer history?
Let me think. How would that fit? Do a history.
History, alright.
Oh,
Nice.
20.
You don't really recognize the symbol, but you do know where it kind of comes from. It's very similar to the Minicon symbol, but it's not the same. It doesn't have the outlying border to it. It has
But it's got the Minicon M then. I'm
Yes,
guessing.
it does, but it's kind of a different symbol, like a circle, but it's open at the bottom, and it's like a crescent moon almost coming all the way around it, except for it's open at the bottom.
I'm gonna do a quick scan of it and see if I can match it to any information I have on my current database that I have access to.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm not going to attempt to hide the scan at all. I'm just going to do it.
Okay. Let's go ahead with what you rolled. I will say you do the scan. Which one are you doing to it first, though?
It'd probably be more prevalent on Gilgamesh, so I'll probably do Gilgamesh first.
It blends in with his red. It's not very prominent. The only reason you noticed it is he moved a certain way and it kind of showed up a little bit. Same as Overload's kind of sticks out a little bit. It's not like, oh, there I am. It's just a little symbol. It's tiny.
Yeah.
On both of them.
Still
But
going to scan them both.
yeah.
What would you like me to roll?
Let's do another history check, because you're going to be looking into a little bit of still a good roll.
I mean, again, I could just make that a lot better.
You don't need to. I mean, you're well above what I have set. So, but you look at this symbol and you start in your display, start scanning, and you come back to old archives. It's broken, so it's not all there. But it refers to the Minicons and something to do with.
So did he
like
walk up and he started scanning
Yeah.
me?
Oh, no,
Yes.
I scanned you from exactly where I'm standing. I didn't come any closer.
You would see him
he's going to
scanning.
look at you doing this, and he's just going to say, I'm all for being thorough, but at this point, you're just taking the nickel tour.
I am not even going to listen to him or pay attention to anything he just said. I'm too busy.
Yeah, in your display, you're just seeing these displays and little bits of information. It's referred to as a prophecy, but the translation is probably wrong because part of it's still missing. There's not a lot of info on the Minicons, only what has been told over them pretty much over time. And there's only chunks that have survived. The rest of it is gone. So what you're getting is you see the Minicon symbol, but you don't see one similar to this. There is reference to the Chosen Ones, the Knights. There's other erroneous stuff that doesn't pertain to it per se, but this symbol is not on there. You can't see it because
this, I'm just going to let out one sentence. I need my full archive.
Okay. What would that be?
Not all in one location.
Overload and Gilgamesh, you both feel that symbol kind of not glowing, but you feel this weird energy kind of pulsing over you at times. You just feel it, like you feel a little differently, but it's not changing you. It's just a sense of, how do I put it? Not urgency, but you are there to do something. I don't know how to describe it.
Does anyone else feel tingly? So tingly.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. Tingly.
Gilgamesh actually kind of look down at his hands a little bit. Maybe a little.
As you do overload, you feel hands on each side of your legs, and it's both Aegis and Carbine. They're still a little weak, but they're holding onto your legs. They kind of look like little kids, but they're just holding onto you for stability because they're still not fully. You can see Gilgamesh from where you're standing. You can kind of feel Carbine's energy. She feels still weak, but she is just like, I'm okay. I just need to stabilize. Overload, you feel the same thing kind of from Aegis. He's trying to look stoic while standing there, but he's like holding onto your leg with a death grip because he's trying to make himself stand up. And he's like, I'm fine. I'm fine. As he kind of.
Do both of you need a pick me up?
And he looks up at you and he's like, I'm fine. Remember what happened the last time? That was awkward. And he comes more like straightens up and lets go of you like, I'm fine. Carbine
Would you rather me hold you up like a figurine?
He walks away from you. He just looks at you briefly and he walks over to the table, kind of hops up on the chair to get up onto the table so he's more closer to your guys' height. No.
Oh, good.
And he just looks, but Carbine kind of like tugs, like she's tugging on you like a little kid, like, because she can understand what you're saying. She's like, she's just nodding her head, yes. Could you pick me up?
I'm
She's
gonna
just
walk
like,
over to
"Woo."
Carbine and I'm gonna help her around.
She just kind of crawls into your hand and she kind of just slips in and she just kind of curls in. They're not in their beast modes. They're in their bot modes right now. She just kind of curls up into your hand a little bit and she's like, oh, this is better. And just curls into your hand. Just like, we can.
I'm just gonna go sit down in the chair with her and I'm just gonna kind of have her in my lap.
You see Aegis walk over and he puts his hand on her and then he looks up at you and he puts his hand on your wrist like, thank you. And then he leans back up and Carbine kind of tries to start speaking to you, Gilgamesh. The marks are not new. And she kind of waves at Aegis and Aegis is like, you hear some beeping between them, like, I don't know this stuff. What do you want me to do?
Can I see my own symbol?
Yes, you both can see your own symbol. They weren't there noticeable before. They weren't noticeable before until now. And Aegis looks at you, Overload, and he's like, you're going to have to tell them what I'm going to tell you. And I'm going to try and make sense of it. So she's the one who would know it better than I do. He looks at you kind of arms out like, you two have been chosen.
Apparently, the both of us have been chosen.
Well, I sort of gather as much as these two are binded to us, but is there some deeper meaning?
And
I'm saying this to both like Aegis and Overload.
Aegis looks at you, Gilgamesh, for a moment, and he turns back like suddenly, like, oh wait, he can't understand me. He pulls out his Energon battle axe, and you see it glowing, and he gestures to you, Overload, like, come here.
All right.
And he just gestures. He doesn't say anything. Take this. Now, it's small in your hands. It's tiny. It doesn't do anything. But do you take it?
I mean, sure. I'm like gonna look at it like, well, what am I gonna do with this? Use those toothpick and I'm just gonna touch it.
As you pick it up out of his hand, it increases in size, but the color changes. It goes from his orange. It's still there, but it's an overlying other color.
What color?
What color is Overload?
No, what color is the axe? What color did it change to?
It's currently it's still orange, but there's an overlying like aura around it on the blade, so it becomes the color that Overload emits. What color is his optics? What color does he emit?
My optics. What my optics look like again? Because
You know, I
the picture's
forgot.
kind
What
of
are?
small.
I believe they're red. His optics are red.
What do you think that blade's gonna look like with an overlay?
It's about reddish orange.
Yeah. So this battle axe on both blades turns
Blood
bright
orange.
yeah, it just becomes this nasty blade, and you feel the energy run up it. And he looks at you. You
Huh.
can hold the minicon weapons. You can hold the power while you're in this state. And he kind of gestures, "Give me my battle axe back."
Can I have a few swings?
Fine.
I just looked at Carbine.
Oh God, I gave a kid a toy. Oh crap.
So I while this is going on, I looked at Carbine. Is that similar to my energy rapier, where it changed color when you held it?
And she nods, and you hear the words, "Yes."
I'm going to pop my rapier from my shoulder holster, and I'm pointing it away, and I'm going to activate it.
You see it ignite. You remember those colors. You remember that power. But this time you feel it directly without her having to touch it.
Kind of hearing that, I'm finally gonna pull out my sword after a long while.
Well, that's interesting.
As they're doing this, I'd like to scan the weapons as they're doing this stuff. Any intel is good intel.
Let's see. Let me see. What would I have? Would that be?
I mean, I know why mine's changing. I don't know why his axe is changing.
I mean, I'm not scanning this to
Are
figure
you
out what's going on. I'm
asking
just
the
scanning this for data.
minicons, or are you trying to ask me directly? There's the question. The minicons have an answer.
I'm looking at my sword, and I'm just like, see if something happens if he touches it.
And he just holds it and nothing really happens. It doesn't work that way.
Oh.
And he looks over at the sword and he gestures toward it for you, Overload. That has a piece of minicon of our planet, our home in it. That's the reason why it works. And he looks at Carbine. Is that right? You don't hear it. You just hear this beeping real quick. Yes. And he turns back real quick. Yes. That's why. He doesn't really know. So he's just kind of like, that.
Oh. Okay.
And you see Aegis, he goes, "Look here." And he walks over and he kind of gestures to you, Gilgamesh. "Can I see that, please?"
I turn it off and I hand it to him hilt down.
And he takes it gracefully from you and he kind of bows, "Thank you," like just gesturing. And he goes and he looks at you over like this. And he turns it on. The blade is a whole different look to it now. We can hold this Overload and do that. You guys can't. But you can with certain things. We, in a sense, all of us have chosen you. That's
I
why
want my blade to do that.
he looks at you, then get a crystal piece or something from our planet. I don't even know where this one came from. He just kind of like, and he turns it off and he goes, and he puts it in both of his hands and he hands it back to you, bowing like appreciative.
I nod and I'll take it back from him and I'll just kind of put it away. That was an upgrade I got on Velocitron. Was this crystal component? I just assumed it was some sort of aftermarket product that this guy just gave me. I had no idea it was connected to minicons.
You feel Carbine get up out of your hands, and she kind of stumbles a little bit and holds on to Aegis. He's just got his arm out and he's stabilizing her. I'm okay, and you can kind of hear her slur a little bit, and she's kind of.
Carbine, you really should rest. You're sounding exhausted.
I'm okay, and you see her eyes narrow at you. She stands upright, and it's like, ooh, okay.
You
You've
know
got that-
I'm just looking out for your well-being.
She reaches out and pats your hand. I'm okay. I just need a little time. It's kind of like waking up out of standby. It's not very fun. I'm, yes, not fully energized, but I'm pretty good. I will explain, Gilgamesh.
All right.
The piece you have, he must not have known what it was. Otherwise,
But he saw it fit to upgrade my weapon with, which he must have knew something.
and she gestures toward the hilt, and she goes, "The crystal emits energy. He might figure it out." And she's gesturing toward Void Striker, but that guy, he obviously did not know what he had.
That seems to be a common theme with a lot of the merchant traders in Velocitron.
Our tech, if they find out, and you see kind of stutter, and A just kind of puts his hand on her shoulder, and she stabilizes, kind of like, you saw what happened to us, Gilgamesh. Our people, we are, and she's trying to think of the words, and you hear A just beep, and she kind of turns like flinching, like at the word property, valuable, because we emit energy. We, if people found out, Cybertronians especially found out, we would be gone. We are lucky to have what we have now. You saved a lot of our people already, but we are not safe here. The stuff you have, we grant you to have because we trust you. And Aegis steps forward and bows to you deeply, and he stands back up. A sign of very great honor from the Minicon.
So is he doing like a full 45-degree bow to me?
Yes.
Okay.
He stands back up, showing that they are trusting you with it. Just like they are trusting you with the rest of the Minicons on the ship. They look at both of you. You hear some beeping between them for a moment. And then you hear the word both together, but you don't hear you hear Aegis overload, Gilgamesh, you hear Carbine. You are the knight.
He's gonna kind of look at Carbine, and he's gonna kind of look down a bit and just do appreciate the trust. But
It won't stay forever, Gilgamesh. It will only be there until tasks are done. And
Yeah, I'm not.
you see Carbine turn around, and she just points at you, Void Striker. And Gilgamesh, you hear this because she's saying it toward Void Striker, but you're hearing it. You want to know what energy it is, don't you? All you hear, Void Striker, is beeping.
Oh, well, I'm not even paying attention to that beeping. I'm like going through the old galactic charts within my systems.
I'm
Yeah.
going to ask Carbine, do you want him to know this?
I don't know. You two know enough. And she turns, kind of turning her head slowly to you a bit. She's not full facing you. She's just turning her head a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You two know this because what we see in both of you. Him, and you see her eye narrow, is still a Decepticon, though, under that tag. And you hear her tone kind of growl a little bit. You've
I like
you've
how she
heard her
keeps calling me
hiss.
Decepticon despite the
She's-
fact I don't have a symbol.
She still sees you as that person because at one time you were, and there are still
Also, at
archives.
another time, I was an Autobot, so...
Yeah. So they still have their stuff. So Aegis is like, just puts his hand on her shoulder and like, move on from this. She turns directly to you, Gilgamesh. Everything will come to, but you two will need more tools. This will help you. And do you have your katana sitting on your side or anything?
I had it in my. I was just holding it while I was in meditation, but yeah, it's at my side.
She reaches down and pulls at it and pulls it out.
I'll pull the sheath back a bit to help her.
She just pulls it out. It's kind of long and she's small, but she's strong enough to hold it up. And she goes, and she looks at that piece that you attached. You know, I haven't seen this in a long, long time. And Aegis's optics go wide, and he's just staring at it. And you just hear frantic
I feel more
beeping.
useless as an artificer.
You see Aegis just pointing at lots of beeping, and you hear her like, calm down, like, just...
The component in question was created by an artificer.
And she turns around and immediately, and you hear, not him.
No, not him. This was made for me.
I was saying that out of character.
Yeah, I know. It's still...
Yeah. I'm just addressing Carbine. This was made for me back during the first Guild Wars.
Aegis, you could see, starts to touch it a little bit, like he's just gingerly reaching out, just kind of like, it is real. You could just like, you could see it in his optics, like, and she's like, pulls it away and like, she hands it back to you real quick. You might want to put that away.
I'm going to sheath it, but I'm going to look at her curiously. Why this was designed for me as a weapon of war. What's so special about it?
The metal, that piece. We've seen more pieces.
He just kind of shakes his head, just confused. I don't understand.
We've
What
seen
is it?
Well, and Aegis kind of like, I, and you kind of hear some beeping, but it's really kind of like they're whispering or something, just really quiet. And she kind of like, I can't really tell you right now, but it is unique.
Well, I knew it was unique the moment it was given to me, that's for sure. And he's just kind of looking down at the hilt. I don't really pay much attention to the details for some things. They don't really matter when it comes to getting the job done. If I can get the job done, I'll use whatever tools I have available to me.
And speaking of job in this place, I thought Cybertron would be prettier. When are you going to do your tasks? And she kind of like does this funny little gesture, like pew pew.
Well, if you feel up and ready to the task, we can begin right away.
And she stands up straight. I am fully charged pretty much. Just when we do that communication, it doesn't feel good. But can I ask him a question? And she's pointing toward Void Striker.
He's just gonna nod. Yeah, I'll ask him.
Can you ask him if he's found out anything for the others? Please? And she starts to
Well,
look timid again.
I can tell you that he did share that with us already. He detected a minicon ship out in the void.
You see both Aegis and Carbine quickly look at each other and then look at you. Then they turn and look at Void
I share
Striker.
the information, like my comparison between the scan of the compass and the coordinates that Void Striker provided. I show this to her. It seems to be connected, but yet it's not. The compass seems to lead in the same direction, but I'm not sure if it's the same thing.
They don't say anything. They're just standing still. You can see them slowly, like they're still processing this. They're not moving yet. They haven't done anything. They're just kind of like, and you kind of see Aegis turn to you, Void Striker. He's looking at you. And he walks and approaches you as close as he can on the table. I don't know how close exactly you are, but he's as close as
I'm
he can.
honestly not that close to the table. I'm just standing in the middle of the room.
Yeah, he's trying to stand as close to you, and he kind of gestures towards you to come a little closer, like come closer.
I will do so.
And you see him do a series of gestures with his hands.
Is it Cybertronian sign language?
Yes. It's kind of a form of it. It's a little older, but you understand it clearly. And he's pretty much asking you and seeing if you know what he's saying first. Do you understand what I'm doing?
I will sign back to him. I understand completely.
And he's like, I can hear you talk. You don't have to sign.
No, I'm not talking. I'm just signing.
Oh.
I'm just showing him that I understand completely.
Then he just looks and he nods. Carbine hasn't moved. He's still standing still. And he does some more signs, and it spells out, "Are you sure of this location?"
I'm going to. What I'm about to say, I'm going to sign back to him because Void Striker still doesn't feel 100% welcome here. And what I'm going to sign back is, I'm not 100% sure, but I might be able to find out if I can get to my where my archive hub is.
And he just looks at you for a moment, and you see him sign a few things. It's a little hard to. It's like he's having trouble trying to sign at this moment. It's almost like and you guys all hear him just beeping, like he's frustrated. But Overload, you're starting to feel upset. Not you. You're feeling Aegis getting upset. And you can just see his hands frantically, and he just kind of balls them up, and he's just getting really angry. It's the first time you guys have ever seen Aegis just get super pissed off and just angry, and the beeping is so loud.
I'm kind of putting my hand on Carbine's shoulder since she hasn't moved.
I'm gonna put my hand on Aegis' shoulder to calm him down because, out loud, I'm simply going to ask everybody in the room. I have a question which will determine whether or not I can fully trust this group. I may know Overlord, but Overlord has not gone through enough things with me for me to trust him.
As you put your hand on Aegis, he grabs your wrist, and you feel this grip. And he's not trying to hurt you. He's just holding on to you really tight. You can't see his face. He's got it down, and he's just holding you and shaking.
Hey there, buddy. Don't do anything you don't like.
The question I have for you all, have you all heard of the Black Station?
Would I have?
Yeah, it's fine.
Because
If-
I'm gonna have to ask you, the DM, would I know this?
In the history of time, a lot of these places, they might still be in the locations they used to be. I can tell you this. Some of the locations have been looted, destroyed. There's no guarantee that location exists anymore.
So I knew that it at one point did exist, but is likely no longer to be there.
It's possibly no longer there. Yes. It's like you're going to flip a coin. It could be there, it could not be there.
I've only heard stories about it.
You know,
Stories that say it once existed, but looters, rioters, and
What if I told you I knew exactly where it was?
I mean that ghost tale.
I know where it is because I'm the one that hit it.
what
Voice,
are we going to find at this black station?
My true lab.
How long is this going to take?
Probably 2 days out of our way.
Okay, let's hope we can use that time then.
Void Striker, the information on the underground where you had one place you were looking for, who did you contact for that again?
That
didn't-
was the
Was
guy
this
that was working with Shockwave that joined us.
Sound Blaster?
Yeah.
Sound Blaster doesn't work with him. He just deals with him. There's a
Yeah.
difference. So,
And the lab, the quote unquote main lab that I sent him is just primarily a sub lab.
so as you guys are all sitting there, Gilgamesh, you get a direct communication from Sound Blaster. I wanted to make sure who it was from. He gives you in a kind of brief, like text message, but with information and locations and routing tunnels where there is access to a couple places, but it's questionable on what is down there. It was blocked off, but they can open it up at any time. But they keep it blocked off because they would send down other bots to do scout out and find more stuff, but they found a lot and would not come back.
So you gain access to your primary lab. What then?
Depends on what we need. The Black Station is, unfortunately, without me there, it cannot be well maintained. So it will need to be brought back online slowly, bit by bit, which will take way too much time than we have currently. So whenever we've got spare time, I can bring it online slowly as we go. But what I can do is allow us to sync Phoenix's scans with the station to pinpoint the signal's location directly. That is probably the most we could do at the beginning.
So above game, is this place on Cybertron or is it somewhere else?
No, it's literally at space station.
Okay. But is it like in orbit of Cybertron or like
No,
is it
it's in the space between systems.
okay, okay.
It's literally in the void of space.
As you guys are sitting there, Carbine doesn't say anything. She just kind of turns, she lifts her hand up, pats it, and just kind of turns away from you, walks over to Aegis. Void Striker, you feel this grip, and you can feel your literally your metal and your joints getting squeezed, and he's not trying to hurt you. He's just
That's why
upset
I'm
at
not
the
flinching
information.
or pulling
Yeah.
away.
And he hasn't lifted his head up once. Carbine just kind of quietly takes his hands and moves them with a ease, just like let go. He gets up, he just kind of hops down off the table, walks down out of sight down into the cargo bay. He doesn't say a word to any of you, doesn't even look at you. Carbine is standing there looking down still. None of you can see her face. She's just sitting there quietly. Void Striker, she looks up at you. She gives you one sign. One sign only. Home. She turns and kind of goes the same direction as Aegis.
Looking at Overlord and Gilgamesh, I'm gonna say this: the moment we get on the station, I have but one request.
Sitting.
When we get there, don't judge me too harshly. When you step foot on the station, it was only a matter of time before you understand the mistake I failed to fix.
You should remember who you're talking to.
I think it's safe to say everyone in this room has their skeletons in their closet, as I believe the alien phrase goes.
You guys,
So we have two options at this point, and he's gonna sit back in the chair.
as you do, you look up. You got the windows that are inside that place. God, man, I can't think. But you got the windows. You look up and you see somebody grinning down at you.
I'm gonna tilt my head and squint. What am I looking at?
You see her wave down at you and go blow you a kiss, like, "Hi."
My expression just kind of like goes south.
She's just sitting there grinning at you. It's Kiara.
I feel
Is-
great.
I'm gonna
danger.
radio to her. Have you been there the whole time?
I'm not
and
even
she-
looking at it. I feel great danger.
Because she's technically where you're standing is where the windows are, and she's kind of just looking down. And she looks down at you, Gilgamesh, and then she looks down. Yeah, I've been watching the big guy down here for quite some time.
If
Don't
I
use-
let you
don't
in, are
use the
you gonna
axe.
make this very uncomfortable?
Don't use the axe. Don't use the axe.
Always. She's just kind of like she's laying across the hull of the ship, looking down, like she's just sitting there, like,
All right, I saw his axe. I'm gonna go ahead and go return it. Bye.
She goes, but no, I do have some information for you, and you need to open up quickly because I don't like being out here exposed.
I'm assuming there's an airlock door that's closer than the cargo bay I can let her in through.
Yeah, the side one where you guys would access the roof. She's right near that.
Phoenix,
Yeah,
open hatch.
I'm just gonna go open the hatch for her and let her in.
As you do, she just kind of athletically and nimbly, she doesn't even use the ladder. She lands down, stands up, and like, I really don't like being out there that long, but that was interesting to watch. And she's kind of looking at you kind of side-eyed, like, how long have you had those?
Let's go speak somewhere a little more privately. And I'm going to just take her by the arm and I'm taking her down to the cargo bay.
Oh, a little vicious. Okay, let's go. You all make your well. Do the rest of you follow too?
I need to go return axe.
Well, it just happens to be in the cargo bay too.
God damn it.
Blade Striker, are you gonna go down there too?
Well, I have a proposal for her, so yes.
Okay, so you all make your way down there. She's like, "Oh, so aggressive, Gilly. Come on." You guys get down there. Aegis and Carbine are kind of sitting up against the wall. Steel is in there. He kind of sees you all come down, and he's
I'm
like,
going to retrieve Scampers. I'm just going to put him, like, on the legend thing over there.
yeah, and you see Steel, and he's like, I'm gonna go recharge. Like, I don't know what's going on, but the
Let's
little
do it
ones,
quickly.
just, yeah,
You don't want to be here.
he makes his way, but he kind of takes a second glance, like, who's she? And just like, nope, I'm out.
You don't want to be here, friend.
Yeah, so pretty much all the rest of the bots are kind of asleep, except for the little ones who are still in the engine bay doing stuff along with Blend. So be forewarned if you guys go there. You guys make your way into that cargo bay, though. You see Aegis and Carbine just kind of sitting up against the wall. You both suddenly feel a little tense, but it's not you being tense, it's them. And they kind of stand up and they slide up against the wall. And you, Gilgamesh, you kind of feel that fear in Carbine a little bit. And but she's positioned a little differently. Like, I'm going to attack you if you come near me. Instead of her cowering, she's actually taking a battle stance that you taught her. She doesn't have a weapon drawn, but she's like, Aegis just kind of, they're still not themselves, though. They're there. They're just very wary. Kiara kind of notices them, and it's like, where did you find them, Gilgamesh? And she's dead serious with you. You feel her kind
So
of
I'm
relax.
going to speak to her in Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
You really need to learn matters of discretion.
And she turns direct. Discretion, Gilgamesh? This is a
Do
big.
you think I need this to be public knowledge?
She turns and looks dead. Gilgamesh, you know I would never betray you, and nor anyone else. But this puts a bigger target on your head if anyone ever found out.
I'm fully aware of the risk, but this is why I need you to be more discreet about these things, please.
And she's looking kind of over at them. Do they understand us?
Yes, they understand us.
Now, Carbine will understand you clearly. You see her kind of
I'm
just.
assuming because she would know that through me, she probably learned Thieves' Cant.
Yep. She knows your language, the languages. She's sitting there, and you hear Carbine in your head. Gilgamesh, who is this?
Gonna kind of look to Carbine, and I'm going to look back to Kiara. Kiara, this is Carbine. Carbine. You could say this is my sister.
And you see her kind of stunned. Sister? It's like shock for a moment. It's like, what? What?
Not in the biological sense, but more of the we just have more of a family-like relationship.
You mean like in those images? Kind of like cocking your head, like, huh?
Help step, bot. I'm stuck.
She's God, I gotta keep it together. Whew. You see Kiara kind of. Are you still holding her by the arm?
No, I've let her go at this point.
She bends down and gets down at more to her height. She still kind of towers a little bit over her. Kiara's a little shorter than you, not by much, but she gets down.
I'm just gonna tell Carbine it's fine. I trust her as much as I trust anyone else. She's a good person.
Gilgamesh,
Albeit a little more eccentric.
but you don't see that Gilgamesh this time. You see a side of Kiara that's it's different. She's not being the way you always seem to see her at times. You've only seen her a couple times where she gets a little soft, but this time she's just. And she kind of slowly puts her hand out gently. Hello, little one. My name is Kiara. And she reaches out to Carbine. Carbine is still up against the wall. Aegis is just staring at her.
Gambit touches a hand.
It's like, well, hello. That would be. And it's like, who are you? And you see, she kind of holds your little scamper, and she's like, oh, you're cute, little one. But can I say hi to the other one first? And she sets Scamper down lightly and pats him. It's like, Carbine hasn't moved yet, and she's still kind of staring at her and watching her. She transforms into the Caracal. She just hisses at her, but just kind of stands there. You could see Carbine's claws on each foot kind of doing that tink, 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 like she's thinking. She's like gonna stare down with her. Kiara's not moving much, just hello. And she kind of turns to you, Gilgamesh. She's probably still really nervous, isn't she?
They've all been through a lot, which is why I've taken them under my protection.
And you see her, because she's kneeled down, she puts her hand on the side of your leg. You're doing something amazing but dangerous. And she turns back to Carbine, but this time instead of still kneeling, she literally just lays down on her stomach and right at her level, just kind of just staring at her, and has her hands out. I'm not going to hurt you. You see Carbine kind of look at you, Gilgamesh, and
I'm
look
gonna
back
nod
at
to her.
And she slowly walks up. She hisses a few times. Kiara still does not budge. She just holds still. And Carbine, you can see her sniffing. You can feel this tension still from Carbine just building. She comes up, kind of sniffs a few times. And Kiara just moves her hand slowly to let her check her out. And at this point, she doesn't make any gestures. She keeps her hands away from her. Carbine comes up to her face and just kind of dead stare with her. And she hisses. Kiara, you can see, kind of flinch a little bit back and just move her head like, nope, nope, don't push it. Carbine just kind of butts her in the head with hers. And you can see Kiara gently be able to touch Carbine lightly. It's okay, little one. I'm not going to hurt you.
I won't say how long it's been, but they've been with us for a little while now.
You see Carbine kind of rubbing up against her a few times and going, she smells nice. That's all you get out of her. Aegis is
He-
kind of, you see Aegis kind of relax, like, overload? Do I trust this bot? Just because awkwardly, what?
She can be trusted, but be wary.
What do you mean be wary? Overload. Tell me.
You're small. You probably don't have to worry about it.
Oh, you're right.
Do I hear him say that?
No, you can't hear what.
Okay.
Or would overload? Are you? You're not saying that out loud, are you?
No.
Okay, so this is just between you guys. So when you guys are like, again, you're talking to the Nikon's, nobody else hears you guys unless you're saying you're talking out loud. So he looks at you, kind of like, you see Aegis walk up slowly. He kneels down, and you see Kiara like, oh, what about this one, Gilgamesh?
She's
Scamper will
looking-
climb Aegis' shoulder. Since Aegis is bigger.
Yeah.
That one would be my partner.
Oh. Well, you look like a strong little one. And you can see Aegis like straighten up, like, did she just insult me? Look, excuse me. I am big for my size. You hear this, Overload? I am big for my size. All she hears is beeping.
Scamper will attempt to flex to look bigger.
Aegis is like, get off of me. It's like, you can see him just like, go away, go away. What? I am fine. You see Aegis kind of, he stands up taller, like he's trying to be bigger than normal, and you got Scamper clawing all over him, and it's like, get off of, like, go away. And then
He is definitely a tough one, I could say that.
so, Kiara just gently puts her hand out. Carbine is like crawling onto her back and like curling around her a few times. Like, she's nice. You feel total difference now, Gilgamesh, with her. You feel like calm, relaxed. You feel little nerves here once in a while, but her claws aren't out. She's just kind of like checking her out, like. And you can hear Kiara kind of giggling, like, "Oh, you're so cute. You're adorable." And she kind of sits up a little bit with Aegis like on her elbows and it's like, "So you're a tough one, huh?" Well, and she looks over at you, Overload. I could see with that one. You probably got to keep him in check all the time. You know, I keep my hands on him, all the time. Jokingly, and she just winks at him and he kind of steps back like, "Overload?"
I'm hiding behind the axe.
And Carbine, you kind of hear Carbine and Gilgamesh is this like purring sound from her because she's just sitting there. But she you hear these beeps. All of you hear these beeps between them, and you see Aegis like, "What do you mean?" And so he's like, "Okay," but he steps up cautiously, and he reaches out, and he's like, and Kiara puts her hand out. She's like, "It's okay. I give you my word. I'm not going to hurt you." And he puts his hand on one of her fingers, and she says, "Nice to meet you, Aegis." And Carbine transforms back in front of her, and they're both Carbine's like right there near her face, and she reaches out and touches her face, and just kind of like she's feeling her face, and it's like, and she kind of, I like her. And you see Aegis kind of like, I don't know about that. The look on his face. It's kind of similar to Overload's and terrified. And he kind of still steps forward like, "Hi." He's like awkwardly talking to a girl at this point, and he doesn't know what to do. And Carbine just gestured to him. You see this interaction between Kiara, Aegis, and Carbine. They start to relax, and you just see Kiara up on her elbows with these two little mini cons sitting kind of within her arms, and they're just like, you can hear Kiara kind of quietly talking to him, and you see A just a little more relaxed, but he's still a little tense, like awkward. Because he's
Is that
never.
Final Fantasy victory song? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
You see Kiara, he kind of turns and looks up at you all. How long have you all had these? And she kind of side eyes you, Gilgamesh, like, exactly how long?
Not very long, since it hasn't been that long since we last communicated.
You see her get up, but they both willingly sit in her hands. And she's just holding them. You two, she's looking at them, talking to them. You two realize how special you guys are. And you see Carbine kind of like, mm-hmm. And he just like slowly nod, like, yeah. If Gilgamesh is protecting you, then I am as well. And you kind of see them both relax and smile deeply. And Carbine transforms and hops off her hand onto you, Gilgamesh, and kind of like, I really like her. She's nice. You see A just kind of still sitting there awkwardly. It's like, he kind of like, he turns awkwardly toward her and kind of like bows lightly, like he doesn't know what to do. And he turns and he transforms into his hawk form and flies over to you, Overload, lands. And he taps on your shoulder. Give me my axe back.
Right, sorry. I'm just,
It shrinks back down real quick. And Kiara's just watching this happen, and she's like, what?
I kind of give Carbine. Is she still in her caracal form?
Yeah.
I kind of give her some scratches on the back of her head, and I lift her up and put her up onto my shoulders.
Yeah, she's just purring away, and she goes, this made this moment better. To meet a friend. And
I'm gonna say to Carbine, just between the two of us, she's one of the few friends I have left.
Then she is my friend as well. And you can feel her kind of perk up, like proud feeling, like, yes. And she kind of steps up and she hops over and lands, and you see Kiara kind of flinch for a moment, like, oh, whoa, well, okay. And she kind of does the same thing, scratches, and she hears the purring, and she's like, oh, did I do something wrong to her? Is that normal? She's never dealt with a creature like this, so she kind of stops petting, and you see Carbine like, pet me some more, come on, give me scratches. And Kiara's asking you, Gilgamesh, did I break her or something? Is she okay?
She's enjoying it.
Oh,
she wants you to keep doing it.
Oh, okay. Does your bird one overload like attention like this? You can feel his talons kind of dig into your shoulder, like
I immediately, because I know she's making them uncomfortable, I'm going to say, now that introductions are out of the way, you said you had some information for us.
Yes. And she's kind of hesitant for a moment because she's looking at the mini cons still, but she stops and she looks at you. I did not want to broadcast this in any way, but your situation. See, I came here with hearing word of certain information about that first Lieutenant Torque, and you suddenly overload. You feel the talons dig into your shoulder a little bit painfully.
I sort of had my eyes set on that second Lieutenant Varish, but what do you know about this Torque?
When they come to Brutal, Ava put him in charge. As in, he's looking for someone. And she kind of points generally toward you, Overload.
I'm gonna kind of stand by Kiara and just kind of wave Overload over.
Yeah, kind of thought it was coming.
Along with the painful talons digging into his shoulder right now from Aegis, because he heard a name that he doesn't want to hear.
-1 health every time.
You could tell him to relax. It's like, relax, please. You're hurting me. You can
It's not
see.
like,
You
it's
can
not like
s-
it's actually a pain.
Now you're taller, so Kiara kind of. Can I? He seems tense. Can I give him a pet? I don't know what I should do with him in this form.
He,
I think he's more reacting to the name.
yeah, a bit of bad blood, you could say.
With and she stops before she says that name I just said.
Yes, you could say we both know him.
Oh. So that explains this, and she pulls up a video, or not a video, a hologram that you all can see of a data readout. That explains why it shows you two served at some point. A couple of times, it looks like. And I didn't say anything. And you kind of could feel Aegis digging into your shoulder, but you feel this kind of gaze toward you from him, just looking at you.
Again, it was more of when when my days when I wasn't exactly good of heart in a sense.
You don't hear a word from Aegis. He lets go of you. He flies off of you. He's kind of flying around. He lands on the tallest thing that's standing in there, and that's Void Striker. He just kind of stands on your shoulder, doesn't say anything, doesn't do anything. He just stands there for a moment.
Just kind of rub my shoulder.
Yeah. Gilgamesh, you hear Carbine, and she kind of like bumps Kiara one more time and jumps back over to your shoulder. He's not real happy right now. He just needs some time.
I know he's going to hear things he's not going
I'm
to want to
gonna
hear.
offer Aegis a bit of an energon cube.
He looks at what you're offering him. He kind of leans down and he takes it in his beak. He has it held there, and he nods to you, and he kind of takes it and eats it, just swallows it up. And you can see him kind of pulse from it real quick, a little bit like all the highlights on him just kind of real quick.
I understand the information you have here is going to be uncomfortable to some, but it needs to be said.
And
What do you know?
Aegis is just watching you all, and he's just kind of listening. That's all he's doing now. If you guys are going to go after him, I heard he's supposed to be down in the pit in 1 day's time. If you guys go down there, I can't help you.
I'm looking to Overload at this point. I know how you have your heart set on him, but is it going to be wise for us to go down there?
I may only have my eyes set on him because it would be better to have more resources at hand.
And while you two are talking, she goes, and Varish, he should be in the other district. And she pulls up, and it's almost an identical map, but it's a little more detailed to the holographic projection. You guys can see a little bit more debris. There's some cover. You see the tall buildings. He's supposed to be making rounds here. He's not very good at keeping his stuff quiet either. And he isn't real happy that he has been downgraded.
Can't
At least-
imagine he would.
And you see her swipe
Maybe
it
we
off.
can hit both. Varish's track here. Can we intercept him somewhere quickly?
She whips it back up and she goes, if you come down, and there's a narrow section, there's like two at least, but there's one that's got a little more cover. He usually will pass through here, and then sometimes he may pass through this other area, which it's kind of an underground spot. It kind of goes down and then comes back up. It's like a tunnel almost, but there's other little shops and stuff down there. That's why he goes down there, probably to get his pay.
Can we intercept him today? Within a few hours.
It says he'll be there in about 10 hours. Well, that could change. I can keep you updated as much as I can, but no promises.
Then we're hitting him first. I turn to Overload. We'll go after your man, but we're gonna get information from both sides.
That's what I was planning.
And you see Kiara tap you. Do you need another set of eyes?
Well, there's no one I'd rather have on Overwatch than you.
Which one are you going to take? She's kind of gesturing where you might set up.
I'll take Varish. I think I can... And I'm just going to coyly look at Overload. I think I might be able to intimidate him a little more into giving him what I want.
All right. Well, should I help Big Boy over here? And she kind of taps on you, Overload. And then she stops for a second as she taps. And she looks at both of you. And you see both of her hands. This is new. And she kind of sees the little symbol. Did you get like a new emblems? What is this, team effort?
I didn't do it.
This would be a bit of a long thing to tell.
For the first time, you hear Aegis just give a squawk sound. Like a... It's really off because he's just angry. And you can... Gilgamesh, you briefly... Don't talk about it, please. I trust her, but... Until he calms down. No. You kind of feel her tense up on your neck. It's like,
All right. I'm just gonna kind of just pat Carbine. We can discuss that later.
Ooh, maybe I can get
Yes.
one? And she kind of gestures down lower on her back.
There's a time
I mean,
and
we can
place.
just paint the symbol on you if you really feel like it.
Oh, but yours looks so much nicer. But anyway, and she goes right back to Snap. You can hear, you can feel Carbine kind of, she's laughing right now at you, both of you. She's just kind of, just quietly, because she thinks it's funny.
I'm just ignoring that.
But Kiara snaps right to this dead serious. Gilgamesh, you've seen her serious. You've never seen her soft and be serious like with the mini cons. I can watch over you, Overload, if you need a second set of eyes, but I won't go down there. But Gilgamesh, I can give you another set of eyes, maybe from a different vantage point.
I just need you to make sure no one sneaks up on me while I'm having our meeting. I don't want you in combat if I can help it.
Well, I have my ways, and she's standing there, and all of a sudden it's like,
I should be fine with dealing with Torque. I might have a few guns pointed at me, but we used to know each other. I know the buttons. I know the right buttons to press.
Kiara,
I'm just going to look to Overload. I would take her up on this offer. She can provide you more insight than just a regular pair of eyes. You want eyes on the back of your head, especially if you're going down into the pits, where there's likely going to be more than just Torque who's going to be rising up against you.
As you two are
I
talking, Kiara kind of walks around you, and she comes up to Void Striker, and it's like, and she crosses her arms. So, what are you gonna do, big boy? She's just looking up at you to stare Void Striker.
That depends on how badly I'm needed.
Well, everyone can be useful everywhere and anywhere at any moment. And you could see her. Overload, is he okay? Looking at Aegis. You see her arms kind of relax back a bit, and it's like,
It's gonna take a bit of time, but he should be alright. Again, bad blood.
hmm. I take it you met this person before, Aegis. His gaze turns down to her, but it's not. He relaxes a bit, and she puts her arm up. He flies down and lands on her arm. And he's not gripping her hard. He's being gentle as he can. And don't be hard on him. He's got good intentions. Just because he rolled with him at one time doesn't mean he's got a bad spark. And she kind of gently touches his beak, and he kind of turns his head down, but it's sorrowful kind of feeling. And it's okay. And you could just see her being very gentle. You can stay right there if you want. And she just kind of full pets him down his back, and you can see him kind of, his feathers and his wings kind of expand out, and just kind of like he's going into a really relaxed state. For the first time, you get to see this plumage and wings fully extend out, and she's just looking in amazement at him. You are an amazing creature. But back to you, Void Striker. So, are you going to escort or help out there in some form other than just saying you're going to help out?
By the sounds of it, it appears Overload needs my help more than Gilgamesh.
You are big, and she kind of, at her height, she's going to just literally be hitting your thigh.
Oh, you
It's like,
don't need to worry about him.
I think he could do for some backup, especially for one who's dead anyway, right? And she's still holding Aegis at this point, but she turns around and slowly walks back to you, Overload. Don't be so hard on him. He's a different bot now. And he looks at you, Overload, and he kind of flies back up to you, and he lands, and he kind of takes his head and he butts it into the side of yours, like, sorry.
Don't worry. We'll all get our redemption sooner or later.
And you see one of his talons, like he's trying to do a thumbs up. It looks ridiculous, by the way.
So here's what I'm thinking, and he's going to address this to everyone. We need to work on this in a few different ways. One, we're gathering information. If we can even somehow turn some of their own people against them, that's obviously ideal. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having to just straight up kill them. That being said, and he's going to turn to Void Striker, you said it's going to take us 2 days to get to where we need to go?
Yes, and I have a proposal for you for when we get to the Black Station. That is, if you want to hear it now or then.
I'd say shoot now.
He's just gonna just shrug. Go on.
From what I understand the situation, your people are scattered and are trying to rally, in a word. I'm going to look at Gilgamesh's friend and go, and you're very good at information seeking, and you're a part of them, yes?
Oh, sorry. Oh, what was that last question?
I was asking Kira's basically her job, and if she's a part of the group that wants Gilgamesh to lead them.
She looks at you. I serve whoever pays me the most. And she turns to you, Gilgamesh, but I serve who I think should be in charge the most.
Then here's the proposal I have. The Black Station is in my control. You're aware of what the Black Station is, yes? You've probably heard the myths or whatever people say about it.
She
Go
kind of
through.
she kind of she kind of turns and paces away from you. I've heard many stories about this station. The most common one is it's been destroyed. It's been looted. Somebody found
It's
it by
completely
chance.
intact, just unmaintained.
Hmm.
The reason people think it's intact is because of the defense system I activated on it. You're aware of the situation with Planet X.
Planet X, yes. We've heard the
Y-
stories.
You're aware of how it got destroyed?
There have been many stories on that too. There's been a lot of information erased over time.
Are you aware of temporal displacement?
At one time, there was rumors of it, mostly
That is the
shockwave.
Black Station's defense system.
I'm intrigued.
You can't find the Black Station because it exists, and yet it does not exist.
Hmm.
I'm offering the Black Station as a rally point for your forces.
She turns to you, Gilgamesh. What do you think?
He's got his arms folded, and he just kind of.
She's in the same position, like she's standing there with her arms crossed, looking at you like, what do you think?
Well, it is certainly a secure location, but still quite far away from Cybertron, where the real problem is.
Yes.
If you are able to get the station back up, are you able to establish a space bridge to get us back faster?
It has the prototype space bridge technology on board. With a few updates, it can be modernized.
He's going to turn to Kiara. We could drop in right on top of their base, wherever they are.
But where is the base?
That's what we need to find out first. That's why we're talking to Varish and Torque.
I will put my feelers out, have them look. To be honest,
Tell them I'll rather do you one better. Tell them to get safe and prepare for a new rally point. We're going to need everyone who's going to be available. And clearly there's going to be people who are still on the ground fighting. So we need a small team. We're going to need someone on our level.
then I'll need to make some contacts. Fast.
You have time, but gather the best that you can in the short amount of time that we do have. In the meantime, I'm gonna go find this Varish.
All right, Torque.
And that'll be eyes for you, Void Striker. And Kiara looks up at you. You gonna be good to keep an eye on him?
Well, considering his task isn't until tomorrow and yours is 10 hours from now, I can help both of you.
Good. I need to go get some things then.
Would you
And
like me to give you a lift?
And her eyebrows. Oh, I get to
Gilgamesh
ride
kind
you.
of chuckles a little bit.
You just see her. She looks up at you. Ooh, I get to ride you.
At this, I'm just gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna pick her up in one arm and just go, "You better hold tight, then."
Well, can we go out the door first? And she kind of hops down and walks to the door and opens it. And she steps out.
I'm just gonna look at the door and just drop through the bottom door in the middle of the hangar.
Yeah, that's where she's walking out. Suddenly, you hear Phoenix, perimeter alert, perimeter alert. And the alarms across the ship start going off.
Well, now that I'm outside, I'm gonna transform and try and get info from Phoenix. Where's the alert coming from?
You hear Phoenix approximately 10 degrees directly off our bow. And just as he says that, a shot is fired. You see Kiara kind of spin around and land to the ground. You hear her, all of you hear her kind of scream out in pain. She's still alive.
I'm running out the door right now.
You hear another shot.
Carbine, I hope you're with me.
Yeah, she's still on your neck. You feel her up and on your shoulder, like just bouncing along, like ready to pounce. And
I'm going to do this to Kira.
Aegis axe.
And he flips up the axe, but after you, as you do that, he flies off you. He doesn't say a word. He shoots out. You hear another shot ring out. That moment, you remember this, Overload. You were standing there. You were about to have your spot shot inside the ship. This time, it's somebody else. He didn't do it by command. He just did it on his own. He transforms into that shield and it ricochets off. You just hear that as he's on her arm, protecting her. She's hurt, but she's healing up. And she's hidden behind. Suddenly, you guys are getting barraged by shots. Nothing that can hurt Phoenix, but...
I'm racing to the roof. Trying to get a visual.
I would like to aim in whatever direction it's coming from and just unload my gunship weapons in that direction.
You see what looks like two buildings just off to that 10-degree angle. And you see two shots being fired. Gilgamesh, you recognize the sound is similar to carbines, but carbines is much more powerful. And she's still holding on to you. So what do you want to do, Void Striker?
When I fire in the direction, I would like to use that.
Holy crap.
I am going to put a barrage of suppressive fire in that direction.
As you do, they drop back. You see them just kind of fall back, and they're just sitting there. Gilgamesh, you're getting to the roof. You're popping the hatch. What do you want to do?
I call the carbine rifle mode.
And she just instantly, without hesitation, ready to fire one off. Just growling. And you see that pulsing much more aggressive.
I'm crouched down. I'm looking down the scope, and I'm looking for a target.
As the dust kind of settles a little bit, you start to see a target kind of popping its head over like it's trying to see, because Void Striker is giving kind of cover fire. And you can kind of get a view of the head a little bit, because it's in the lights coming over right now, and
Take
you
a
can
shot.
just holy shit. Okay, because you're having help from carbine right now, especially, so you don't have to worry about it. Your shot connects with the head. You just see its
Now
head.
that's a lot of damage.
That's 39 damage.
I'm going to tell you this. You can't see the rest of the body, but that head is pretty squishy now. Like, it pops like...
Is there a nice stream of energon going directly up at all?
Yeah, pretty much. It's literally a little explosion of a head. And in the scope, you can kind of see movement, Gilgamesh. Carbine sees it too. Target moving, and you can see the other sniper trying to move
How
around.
many?
Only can detect one now.
Aegis, recon.
Aegis goes, I can't move without giving her cover.
I'm going to transform and go, I will give her cover, you go.
Thank you. And you don't hear him, but you hear Overload. You hear that from him. And he just bolts up and he
And
shoots straight
with
up.
With me landing, I'm going to do this. And use it to continue to heal her.
As you do, you can see her side where she was shot slowly healing up, and you can just see her holding it in just agonizing pain.
And to make sure she's extra covered, I'm going to hold her in my arm and put my back towards the enemy, so they'll definitely hit me first.
How far?
They're not far off. They literally are, because they're about maybe 40 feet to 50 feet from you guys.
They were
close.
well within range of my barrage.
So they're in listening distance, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Command.
Oh shit.
Collapse.
All right. Hang on. Nothing happens. He keeps moving. Carbine spots the movement and pops it up on your reticle. He keeps moving. He's trying to get into a better position. You can see this. He's ducked down. You can't see him right now, but you know he's in that general vicinity, like he's behind cover. And Aegis flies straight up. I mean, you can almost hear this whistle sound, but there's really nothing there. It's just...
Carbine, tell Aegis I have him pinned down.
And you just hear the real fast. And Aegis kind of comes up and over and comes around. And suddenly you can see through her reticle like a heat signature. But it's not heat. It's like a target through the wall.
So an energon signature.
Mm-hmm. He's highlighting the target like a laser target. He's like, there he is. What do you all want to do now? Does Overlord want to play?
I want to pursue.
I was gonna say he's 40 feet away. Yeah.
Overload, give me a perception check of the area.
21.
Damn. You notice the building structure at the base is kind of weak in that corner. Right about where that guy is standing at.
I'm going to put Carbine on my back, and it's still keeping her in rifle form, and I'm going to pursue.
All right. As you run, describe how you're getting off the top of this ship.
I'm going to jump off, and I'm going to transform into my beast form.
Sorry. As you do,
Family's happy.
Yeah, because it's
Release the hound!
or the kitty. You transform. Carbine kind of is on your back still. she goes, "This is a little awkward." And she's sitting there and she's bouncing along with you. She goes, I like this new form though. Your muscles and everything are moving at a faster rate.
If he's 40 feet away,
Mhm.
my speed is 50 in beast form. I can catch up to him before he even gets a chance to move.
You hear Aegis, he's going to take another shot. You all see this movement, and the sniper starts to peek over. You see him kind of the stunned shock of, oh, what is that? And freaks out.
Am I
Is it one of
within
the things-
range for an
Yeah.
attack?
Yes,
Is
you
it one
are
of
at
those
this
things where time slows down and it's like,
Yeah.
at this moment I
Yeah.
realize I fucked up.
And he's realizing just as he looks down, he's taking aim at Overload because he's like, fine, I'm going to shoot the next target. And he realizes this thing is looking, oh my God.
No, he doesn't.
He gets, it's that slow motion. Oh,
Oh, sugar honey iced
tea. And you can see him trying to turn and the tentacles wrap around him. And do you want to finish him off in some form, or you just want to hurt him badly?
No, I'm hurting him badly first.
I ain't gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hurt you really, really bad.
You whip the tentacles up. You just kind of hear this. And you just hear... And you whip him back over that wall like you're ripping him kind of through it. And you see the rifle kind of flick off into nowhere. And you've got a hold of him, and your tentacle ends, they have those sharp little claw ends in them. They're digging into him really badly, and he can't move much. Overload, where are you at right now?
Well, considering Gilgamesh has that under control, I'm just gonna go ahead and approach now.
He sees you walk up while you're holding. He freaks out because you have that battle axe.
I'm wrapped around him. He is not moving.
And he's freaking out. And
I
he
can't say anything, so I'm just gonna yell out and just go, is it under control now?
For the time being.
Alright, well, I'm gonna come over with her in my arms because, she needs to stay in my aura range.
Yeah, and you pick her up. You easily, because of your size. And she kind of puts her hand, thank you. Ow.
I'm gonna use my wings from, the vehicle methods on my back to land softly on the ground from the roof.
Ooh, dog's getting into a fight. Dog's getting in trouble in the other room. Don't ask.
Looks like you might have a friend at the doghouse if you mess with a minicon.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other thing. But no, as you do, she's just kind of still wincing from pain. You can see she's getting pretty healed up, but she's still got a bit of an opening. And so she just kind of keeps her hand on your chest and kind of moves into, like, she's turned into your chest a bit more, like, ow, this hurts. Oh, Gilgamesh, is this what it's like to get shot? And she
I'm a little too busy to
at this
respond to her.
I will tell you, in your beast mode, you're kind of in this form and you're under more control, but you are really focused on, like you're saying, you're kind of pissed off right now holding him, and you're squeezing him, and he can't really talk. He's like, and he's looking at Overload with that battle axe glowing. And Aegis comes down, lands on your shoulder, and just staring at him with dagger is just like, dude, you just screwed up.
Hey, Gilgamesh, you mind loosening up a bit?
He slowly releases the neck just a little bit.
As I'm just gonna go ahead and like kneel down. Hey, bud, how's it going?
I'm pretty sure his day could be better.
Look it. We were paid to come out here and hit the targets.
Oh, all right. So straight to the point. Lovely. Then let me also get to the point. Who?
Can I
Can you
roll for
guys?
intimidation and medical? Because I want to just take the T-cog out of his friend in front of him.
Give me just a moment. I need a moment here. So could you guys entertain chat for
Okay.
just a second?
No.
Sure.
Do 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 do. Do,
We
do,
will
do, do.
sacrifice this body to the mighty potato lord.
Oh, the headless one's already lost it, so.
I wasn't talking about the headless one. I'm talking about the future corpse.
Yeah.
These guys fucked up pretty badly. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie. If you didn't do what you did at Dave, I was full prepared to just fucking missy step right on top of him.
You know what's real sad? I could have gotten blink and I didn't. Instead, I chose to get revivify and dispel magic. I could have gotten blink.
I mean, you can still prepare it later on.
I gotta learn it later on before I can prepare it. When I level up, and I get another third level slot, I'll probably learn blink because the rest are all like pretty attack spells and.
I mean,
unlocked
aren't
support stuff.
Yeah, and my
Aren't you
next
able to
level, I'll
do,
be taking more sorceress. I'll be taking more attack spells.
aren't you able to just do a long rest and then you can trade out your
No,
spells?
that's my infusions that I can do that with,
Ah,
not my spells. For spells, I have to either learn them or get them when I level up.
sucks for you then. I can sleep
Yeah.
and then learn different ones.
No, I don't get that choice. And technically, my arms are my spellcasting, what I use to spellcast, because I use tools to spellcast.
That's me. I have fist.
I have fists too. Should we make a fist bump?
I can make it extra.
I mean, I could increase our size.
I could rock it.
I think
Rocket
he's
fist
already
bump.
sufficiently wetting himself with the fact that there's a pair of sharp teeth that are right next to his neck.
Oh, I still want to take this guy's T-Cog out in front of him. I want him to realize how badly he fucked up before he dies. And for him to realize he just gave me free parts.
So, chat, how are you enjoying the show?
I think Star Queen is enjoying listening, because I'm pretty sure they're lurking while doing the OC things.
Yeah, I'm just reading her comments. Yeah, she likes Kiara.
Yeah. I mean, I like her character too.
Being a trooper right now. Okay.
You know what a good old torture deserves?
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, my lost can too.
Oof.
That's alright, I have a bottle of Powerade sitting in the cupboard.
There you go. You're fine.
Exactly. This is turning out to be a fun session. Not doing much, but I'm having fun listening.
Yeah. See, I'm already imagining what I would do if I was by myself. I would drag him off into a dark corner.
See, the question I need to ask Matrix when he gets back is how many of that barrage actually hit something? Because it wasn't
Well,
aiming, I just fired in the direction and then multiplied the bullets.
I mean, it was in half cover, so I'd think at least a few shots hit him.
Even if they didn't, that would be one hell of a scary situation. Seeing a gunship turn, fire its 4 guns in your direction, and then watch all 4 bullets just split into more bullets.
Yeah, it's getting late over here too, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's late over here too. It's only 4:30 p.m. over here. In an hour, I will have been up for 12 hours. Alright. Somebody's a bitch.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Well, the fact that I prefer staying awake at night, and if honestly, I would go and get like night guard training and become a night guard if I could.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, a little medical.
It's okay.
Something emergency. I don't know how to describe it. Let's
You don't
just call
have
it
to.
very bad Charlie horse, and dog did not help that situation. So, yeah. So, oh, okay, cool. I will take a look at it, Galaxy. Kind of catch me up, guys. I forgot where I was at now.
I was asking if I could roll intimidation and medical so I could remove this T-cog in front of this guy for intimidation.
Oh, hell yeah, please do. I want to see this.
All
I
right.
want to hope it works. Come on, come on.
There's the medical.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why do I even bother?
So yeah,
Go
you're
ahead.
getting the T-cog for sure.
Yeah.
And there's the intimidation.
And natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay. This guy is terrifying. He's just like, and he's watching you pick up
By the way,
what's left of.
technically I'm doing this with one hand too.
Yeah, which is even more terrifying. He's just watching you. Does your hand like do that thing where it separates out into like littler hands?
Yes, to reveal the tools
Yeah.
inside, and I'm slowly
Yeah.
taking
Yeah.
apart.
And his optics just go super wide, and he's just looking at you, reaching up, grabbing what's left of his partner up there, because somebody split his, well, what's left of his head. And you're meticulously, slowly, torturously just doing this in front of him, and it's like you're intentionally just. You occasionally.
I'm just
like,
gonna
whoops.
just whisper into his auditory sensors. Better start talking, or I'm gonna let him do that to you while you're still alive.
And he looks at you. Are you like close to like?
Oh yeah, I'm like
Right.
right next to his face as I'm saying this.
And he's looking at you sideways, and he just sees your teeth.
Please tell me he oils himself.
Oh, he more than oils himself. He is freaking out between the battle axe being a lit from this big bot and another big bot slowly dissecting what's left of his buddy. And you're just slowly getting in there to get to that T-cog, which is in beautiful tech, by the way. Hardly any use on it, really, it seems. And then he's got this beast he's never seen looking at him, and he can see the teeth, and in his optics, you could see the reflection of your mouth right next to him, like, I'm right here. Hi, how you doing? Did you see what's happening over there? Did you see your buddy? What's left of him? He's just freaking out, and you can start feeling him squirt. I'll tell you whatever you want. Just please don't do this. And he's freaking.
Hey. Look at me. Don't.
Okay.
Don't
What do you want to know?
Look
What
at
do you
me.
know? Just please.
Go
I
ahead and calm down.
I'm calm. I'm calm.
Now, you said that you were hired, yes?
Yeah.
All you have to do is answer who.
It was Big Bot. Well, kind of Big Bot. He really wasn't that big. He's smaller than you. He's bigger than me, and yeah.
I'm not hearing a name.
And he freaks.
Yeah.
He freezes, and he's like, "Okay." He
Again,
called himself
don't mind him.
Varish. Called himself Varish. He told him his boss wanted you to do. Wanted us. He just They
Did he-
wanted us to do this, and we said okay. Well, they paid us a good amount of Shannix, and we did it. I'll give you the Shannix. I have it here. You can take it. I don't care.
Eh,
It's only like
calm-
500 Shannix.
Go ahead and calm it down. Did he
Okay.
have a
I'm
meeting
gonna
point?
look at him and go, "You did this for 500 Shannix."
Hey, times are rough. I want to get off planet. That would at least get me a shuttle out of here. Okay.
Your hand alone is worth more than that.
Well, hey, look it. We're desperate. Okay.
Again, look at me.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
move him
Yeah.
closer to Overload.
And you see his head kind of like trying to arch back, like.
No. Did he have a meeting point for when this job was done?
Yeah, we met in the one underground market. It's not real far from here. I mean, it's in the one district next to his, and he's kind of like trying to gesture with his hand toward.
I loosen
Gilgamesh,
up enough to just let him make his gesture.
and he's like, him. It we know he's part of the one guild. He wasn't our target.
Now, did he say that he wanted us alive or dead?
He wanted, and he kind of looks back and forth between you, Void, and Gilgamesh, but he's like, her. And he's
He
pointing toward
wanted-
Kiara.
He wanted her dead?
You, at this point, Void Striker, you can kind of feel Kiara roll over, and it's like, and she's pretty well healed up. What you did, she's still sore and hurting, and she kind of like, can you set me down, please? And
I will kneel down to do so, considering she's tiny compared to me.
yeah, and she kind of pats your arm. Thank you for your help. And she
And
turns,
with that, I'm gonna stop concentration on my aura of vitality.
and you can kind of see her limp a little for a second, and then she stands up. And Gilgamesh, you've seen her pissed off, but you've never seen her enraged pissed off. Her optics are like glowing at this point. Me, dead. Why? And he's still face to face with you, Overload, and he's kind of looking down like, because you're providing them information. They know about you.
My grip around him starts to tighten.
And you see her walk up. Now he's up at the height of Overload, and she kind of walks up next to you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, I like the new form. And as she pets along you, could you bring this piece of slag down to my level, please? And she's just gently petting you. And it's kind of, you thought awkward was something. This is an intimidation that it's very comparable to Void Strikers at this point.
I'm smiling through this as I lower him down to her level.
And she is kind of right next to you, and she goes, and she taps your teeth like the toothy grin. And she looks back at him, and she just lays into him with a punch and knocks him, you piece of slag. And you see her kind of grab her side and kind of kneel down. And you just hear, ow. And he's like, ow. Jesus. I think I'd rather take the tentacle claws.
Gonna apply that to her again.
And she looks over at you. Thank you, Void. And she starts to stand back up, and she's like, I would finish you myself, but I think they need some more information just as much.
If you're going to interrogate him, do you mind doing me a favor? Trying to leave the T-cog and the head intact.
And he looks over at you. What?
Don't worry, he's joking. Hopefully. Now, so You were informed
I'm
that
gonna find a nice rock to just sit on, by the way.
so you were informed that you needed to have her dead, correct?
Yeah. He's looking directly at you. Yeah. Can he just listen a little bit? This is kind of hard. He's kind of like talking.
Gilgamesh.
He's gonna eye overload a little bit and only loosen up a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. It's fair. I did shoot her. Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, I didn't shoot her. He did. Never mind. I'm a terrible shot. Never mind.
Now,
What did you want to know? What else?
what was the status on us? Since I would assume he knows about us as well. Did he want us then, or did he want us to be brought alive?
You were technically secondary targets. She was the primary. Well, her and him, and he's pointing toward Gilgamesh.
So you know who we are, and you attacked us anyway.
Well, it wasn't just for 500 Shaniks. They were offering us like 50 Energon cubes too. You can have them if you want. I haven't gotten paid though with that.
Again, that
I
doesn't
don't
really
want your
answer my
payment.
that doesn't really answer my question. As I'm just gonna lean the axe a bit towards him.
And he's arching his head back. Okay.
You
Did he
good
want us
sir
dead or
got
alive?
underpaid.
Either way, mostly dead.
But alive is acceptable.
Yeah, they would take you alive if you survived.
We can work with this.
Hey boy, you mind coming over here?
And
I'm
you
gonna
see
walk
his
out.
you see his optics. What? Why is he coming over? What's he gonna do?
Just relax.
And he lubricates himself again.
Scan as I kind of like tilt my head towards them.
And I'm going to just do these two in combination.
Enlarge, reduce. My God.
And disguise self.
So you're trying to turn into him.
Yeah.
So as you do, your form changes and his optics go wide. Like what? How? What? Why? What? And he's
Would you
getting
Alright.
really
look at
confused.
that? You seem to have lost your usefulness.
Wait, look, come on. I can be useful. I
No,
can be
no.
your sniper.
No,
I need
Gilgamesh.
him alive for a bit. As I extend a connection cable, I still need his memories.
I'm smiling at these two as I say this.
You
No,
see him
no.
freaking out between Gilgamesh with his teeth really close. You got this Energon Minicon energized battle axe in his hand, it's close to him, and now you got this look-alike mimic with this thing coming up, and he's like, I got nowhere to go. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
No. Again, nothing's gonna happen.
Void Striker, your cable connects to him in his back of his neck. He kind of, what are you doing? And he can't move. And he's like, Kiara's just standing there, kind of like grinning, like, oh, this is so enjoyable to watch.
Now, would you like me to roll an investigation to attain his memories, or something else?
Yes, please. Actually, investigation would work really well for this.
Hey, look, I got a 10, but you know what?
I know.
Make it a 50.
With that, you attain the meeting. You have pretty good amount of memories. Most of it's gambling and
I just need all the memories rolling this job.
yeah. And you come up to those memories and it's like you can slowly replay them or pick them up, and you rewind it to a point when you start to meet with Varish. You see that he's got multiple guards around him, and you see him looking around like, okay, so we get paid for this. And then you hear his buddy kind of speak up, yeah, what are we getting paid for this? And Varys is like, you do realize who you're going to target, correct? And you hear his buddy kind of, he turns to him like, yeah, so what? Just a piece of slag like everything else around here. She can go just with the rest of them. I don't care. As long as we get our energon. You know our deposit, though, right? Hmm. Yes, I do. But I'm only going to pay you 500 Shaniks to hold it, not the 1,500. That's a little much. When you get the job done, bring me their heads if need be. If you can, my boss would really like them alive. It would be so much better. You can hear the partner just kind of like, fine, we can do this. And you can kind of see his eyes are going back and forth like, dude, we can't really do this. Looks back and forth. You know he's kind of hesitating. As they turn, okay, we're good. We'll get it done. We'll be back soon. And they walk out and they come up through this spot in the one district where it's you can see him looking around like checking out. You can see them both like making sure nobody's sniping at them or taking shots or anything. You see these tall buildings. They're coming out of this little area. You see some vendors as you're coming through, and you hear him, dude, we can't take on him. He'll kill us. And you hear the partner, dude, come on. We're snipers. We can take him. A couple of shots and they're going to be down. We just take out that little piece of slag, that silvery one. Yeah, we might be able to take her, but him? You know who he is, right? He's like, yeah, so what? If he's out in the open, it'll be an easy target. All right, fine. If things go down, we'll be fine. All right, fine, whatever. Let's go. Let's do this. Just get it over with. And from there on, you see them travel to the location where they take positions to take shots. And at that moment, you see the shot from his friend hit Kiara. And you see her
For
spin
that, I've
around.
got everything I need, and I'm just gonna disconnect.
And you see him kind of, what did you just do to me?
All right.
I've got all the information we need. All I need to do is find the rifle that I dropped.
All right. Then I'd say that is all. Gilgamesh, let him go.
I get to go?
You've got 10 seconds to try.
Okay, fine. I'll get out of here. Just please.
I release him.
He kind of stumbles down, and he's, I'm sorry. And he starts to run away, and he's trying to climb up over some of the debris and trying to get up.
I'm going to
It
loudly
fucks-
count down, by the way, through this entire time.
Oh, I was playing it up. Like, he wasn't actually that pissed, but he was really playing into scaring the shit out of him.
You see this bot stumbling and like just trying to get out of there, and he kind of glances back because all he
Hey,
sees
When I
Aegis.
get to one, I'm just going to look at both. I'm just like, you want to kill him or let him go? Like, the show's yours.
Hey, Aegis. Am I able to make this axe shrink down again?
Yes, he's still up in the air, kind of flying around right now too. He's been up there actually that whole time.
I'm going to hand Kiara my arm-mounted crossbow and go, do you want to take the shot?
Do you need his head still?
Oh, sorry, Overload. What was that?
Do you need his head still?
Oh, he's asking you, Void Striker, do you need his head still?
No, I don't need a set anymore.
Good. Shrink axe. Rockets activate. Throw.
And I'm
I'm-
gladly gonna yell out 0.
As he gets to the top and just about to crest over, he turns around. I'm not even going to have you roll for this because you're all out of combat anyway. And this is just those moments of you see this axe just. And all you see is the head just go ping before you can even respond. The body just
So,
collapses.
did anybody see where his gun went?
I transform back. Either he dropped it where I grabbed him, or he threw it over the edge.
I'm gonna look at Aegis in the end. Just went, Aegis, do you mind finding it for me, please?
He starts scanning around and he tells Overload, I'm picking up an object up where he was. I'm not sure if it's it though. You'll have to look.
I'm gonna transform back into my bot form.
Aegis says
Alright.
probably on top of the building.
I will send Scamper up to go look, and if it is the gun, to bring it back down.
He climbs up there and you see Scamper. He looks like a little spider almost. Kind of like, and he gets up there. He kind of sits there for a moment and you hear this and you just see some rocks start flying and he just reports to you, Overload. He may have found it. I'm not. It's kind of getting dusty. I can't really see through that. It's just, yeah.
All right. Well, axe recall.
And you see it come back. Oh, it's almost like a Thor thing where you see this hammer come back, but it enlarges again, and you catch it. But you don't move. You just thing. And
So like
you,
Molnir when it comes
yeah,
back.
it's just thing. Gotcha. And you hear Aegis, nice. But you hear Aegis though a second later, but I want my axe back.
I kind of want to keep it.
And suddenly you feel its grip rip out of your hands and up to him. No.
Oh.
And you
While
see
this
it
is
shriek.
going on, I'm going to slowly adjust my voice to sound like the guy we just killed.
You see Kiara is still holding Void Striker's crossbow, and she's turned toward you. Really tempting.
Well, you're gonna have to hold on to that for me. I can't exactly carry it in this form.
It's pretty big. I'll take care of it for you, though, if you don't mind me
It
using
does
it.
have a bipod you can deploy, so it can be used as a mounted weapon.
I'm not usually one to do a lot of shooting, but first time
It
for
doesn't
everything?
have it's. Look, you see how it doesn't look loaded?
Yes, how does this thing work?
Activate the bipod, or the tripod technically. Aim at that rock and pull the trigger.
It does, and she's like startled for a second, and she's like, this is interesting. And she pulls the trigger. And the rock just rips apart. And she's like, oh, okay. I like this. But it's a little big for my hands. But I'll deal with
I
it.
can shrink it,
You can shrink this?
enlarge, reduce it.
Ooh. It comes down to her size just right. She's like, oh, that's much better. And she just, without the stability, she just takes it and aims at another rock. Oh, this is much easier. Thank you. But I will give it back to you. Maybe. She kind of winks at you. And she puts it on her back. She goes, chink.
Well, we have our location, and we know what their objective was. So, let's play the part.
If that's the case, I'm going to just pull out 2 energon cuffs.
As you guys are standing there, Kiara walks over to you, Gilgamesh. That's an interesting form you have. I didn't know you could triple change.
He's looking at Kiara and he's not happy.
She puts her hand on your face. What's the matter, Gilly?
Your new position has compromised you.
Gilly, you know we have redundancies.
I know we do. But the fact that they're hunting you instead of us, who have the larger bounties on our head, says a lot about the situation.
Gilgamesh, that's where my proposal comes in play. I figured you'd be tracked down sooner or later.
Gilly, the bounties are from Shockwaver on you. This is from her. And you know who I'm talking about. If we don't
I
stop
do.
her now, it's just going to keep getting worse and they will finish what they started.
They've started it. I'm going to be the one to finish it.
And she just pats your face. I know.
This is why I don't want you in the field. You are vulnerable and you will get hurt.
I will be okay, Gilly. This was just a moment where I was caught off guard. We were all caught off guard.
He's going to lay a hand on her shoulder. You need to be especially careful now.
I know. But I worry
Now,
about
Kiara,
you too.
since you're dead and all for this ruse to work, you mind just staying on board the Phoenix until we're done?
I could stay here. I want to help, but let me do something real quick. And you see her arm console flip up. And in the distance, you see something, and you guys hear this. And you see something lift up, and it's almost like a silvery dart like ship. And just a moment. And you see her tap a few things. And this mass shimmers and changes and disappears. And you can hear something. For now, I don't live there anymore. So don't go back, Gilly. Oh man, I lost my voice again. Gilly. All right. Gilgamesh. And she says your full name, just dead serious. It's not there now.
I grab her head and just kind of push her onto my shoulder and I give her a hug.
She's shocked for a moment, but she hugs you. Carbine transforms and she's back in her caracal form, and she just kind of butts up against, and you can feel these paws around both of you. And she's like, "Can we keep her?" That's what you hear from Carbine. She's just trying to be innocent, and you can hear the quiver in her voice, like, I don't want to lose her too. With that, she kind of leans back and she goes, "We'll be all right. I will stay here at the ship. I'll get acquainted with the rest of the crew, maybe, and I'll find the bridge and do what I can from there. I'll stay in communications with you constantly. You know the frequency to use. Nobody else uses it. All right? You boys take care." And she looks at all of you. She walks up to you, Overload. "Be safe, big one." And she kind of holds her hand there for a second. "Be safe." And she walks over to you, Overload, or Void Striker, and she goes, "And you," and she has to lean back to look at you.
Well, I'm shrunk down.
Oh,
remember?
that's right. You're shrunk down. Even though you're tiny, that's right. I forgot you shrunk. Even though you're this, and I really want to punch you right now. Be safe too. And she just gives you a hug real quick. And she goes, I can't believe I'm hugging the guy who almost tried to shoot me again. Just lets go of you. Just be safe, and thank you for the healing. I needed it. I'm still a little sore,
You're
but
welcome.
I'll be okay. And she goes, boys better get to work.
I'm going to replace the engine cuffs on both of them, as well as give them the signal to disengage these cuffs at any time.
Do you
Okay.
think I could just break through these? I want to look cool on doing it, so.
Pink. What are you gonna do, the Superman? Pink. What? She.
I mean, that
You
would
s-
defeat the purpose of energon cuffs if somebody your size could break through them.
That's
just
why they're
wants-
more for me.
I feel like I could break them.
You see Kiara
Remember
walk
what he said, though. He was after Kiara, and my name was brought up. They're looking more for me and her. It has
Well,
to be me.
These guys, the person Vash or whatever his name is, didn't have that much confidence in them to begin with.
You see Kiara walk back over to you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, and you little one, and she puts her hand up, and you see Carbine kind of just purr into it. You keep an eye on him. But you come back too, and she kind of does that little boop. All right. And you could just kind of see Carbine wiggle her ears back and forth and kind of give a hiss back at her real quick. And it's a different kind of hiss. It's like, okay, you got it. And she looks up, and Aegis is still way up there, and she does this without you even, like, she looks at you, Overload, for a second, but then she looks up at Aegis and she goes like this, come here, like with her finger, and you could see him like hesitant to come down, but he flies down, and she puts her arm out and she goes, and you think she's going to yell at him or something because that tone, but she goes, thank you for protecting me, and protect them, little guard. And he nods and flies over to you, Overload, and he kind of proudly perches as he lands onto you. He stands up. I got your back, Overload.
Now, about the two little ones, how are we going to bring them in?
You have a choice. You can ask them to stay at the ship, or you can take them along with you.
I have something that I can give Carbine that will keep her hidden. But it needs to be at the right moment. So we'll wait until we're close.
I mean, I could always bring them in as confiscated weapons in their weapon modes.
Oh no, I mean above game, I'm just gonna cast invisibility on her.
She'll blend right in with him anyway, too. Most of the time, she'll act like a scarf, and he does invisibility. She's out of sight on him. She just kind of
what
blends
about
in with the
Aegis, then?
fuzzy. He just looks like a bird.
I mean, I guess shield on the back.
You can ask him to do that.
Yeah.
So Aegis looks at you. He looks at your back. I think I'll make you look like you're tougher than you were before. And he flips, kind of like the wings come out, and you see this in the light, this wingspan again, and it just looks glorious. And you see him transform, and he lands on your back with a thud. And you just look badass because you got this shield on your back that looks like...
Does
I'm
Scamper
ready
bring
to
the
put-
sniper down?
He comes up over the edge, dragging this not so good looking gun down because it was under some rubble. It looks like it functions. He kind of drags it down. He's trying not to bang it around, but it is kind of awkward and funny. So you're...
Well, right as I get it, I'm just going to...
So as you do, not even going to worry about any other stuff, The gun miraculously looks brand new.
It doesn't need to function. It just needs to look like it does.
It looks brand new almost. So you're
Now I'm then going to go and make it look like how it did before. Like I'm going to damage it just enough so it looks like the same gun from the
okay.
memory.
All right, perfect. Good thing you did that, because I was like, oh, if you don't do something about it. So as you're all ready to go, which ways are you going to head?
Going to go the same route that they took to get here. Just again being as cautious as he was, so I'm acting like him.
And you got them in tow like prisoners, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
How long
They-
until
they-
we get there?
It will take
Honest-
you. It will take you
Yeah,
some
they-
time, not a lot of time, but it'll take you a good couple hours before you reach.
Well, the way
that
how this
point.
guy acted, it would take a while. Yeah.
Yeah, and plus he's got 2 prisoners in tow. Before it only took him like maybe an hour and a half to get there, but now he's got you 2, so it might take about 2.5 hours, if there's no problems along the way.
I'm not going to have the energy on cuffs and whatnot active until we start getting close, because they're going to be uncomfortable the entire way if they're active.
Kiara starts walking back to the ship, but you hear Gilgamesh, her call out to you, Gilgamesh, and she runs up and jumps onto you and hugs you. Please come back.
I have every intention of it.
And she goes, you better. And she's got her hands in your face. And Carbine's right there wrapped around your neck. And she kind of looks, and then you see her hand go over, you too. And she winks at her. Get going. I'll be here. And she walks back to the ship. But she kind of glances back to make sure all of you come back. And she keeps walking off. You see her get into the ship, and she looks one last time and kind of waves, and you hear her close the door, and it locks down. At this point, she's kind of learning the ship because she's never been in it. You guys are outside. You start making your walk. You got a little bit of a distance to walk, but you start coming up through the areas. And
As we're
Gilgamesh,
walking, I'm going to give them a layout of the building which we're entering, that from what I can gather from the memories.
as you do, you guys, then you get these projections shot into your memories, and you're pulling them up. And Gilgamesh, though, you remember running these streets, and you recognize that they're more and more dilapidated looking. They're falling apart more. And you realize the stories from over the years that you've heard about Cybertron is just dying. You've been witnessing it the whole time. This has been your home. You've been here and there, but this has been your home. You see some bots they look like they're just scrounging for anything they can find to use, sell, get energy from. You guys keep walking. These are just generic bots in some cases. You see some who are deactivated and long gone. You guys get to a point where you kind of recognize the area. This is one of the spots that you were going to ambush Varish at. You start to realize, Overload Gilgamesh, that map leads down into that tunnel too. Void Striker, you know it from his memories by details.
So are we pretty close at this point?
You are really close at this point. You are not
Okay.
far away, but you're close enough. You might want to do something.
Are we
I'm gonna
within
engage the
like a
energy
half an hour?
cuffs.
Yes, you are.
Before you do that, I'm doing 2 things.
Oh.
I'm casting invisibility on Carbine.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm disguising myself, adding battle damage that isn't there.
Ooh. Nice.
Uh,
Overload already looks battle damage, so
Yeah, but
when
no,
it comes to that,
I'm looking like I'm pretty
I already have an
ragged.
excuse
Yeah.
as to why he doesn't look as damaged. Big guy was easy to take out with the first anvil shot. Second one, not so much.
wow.
so how many guards does this guy have with them?
Enough to be annoying, not enough to be a true threat.
So I can more or less get rid of the guards easily. Yeah.
Those are only the guards this guy knows about. There could be more in the back room.
Just imagining. Okay. As you guys are now, I'm assuming energon cuffs are active. Battle
Yeah.
damages are all painted on and
Yep.
made to look pretty. Carbine's invisible. Aegis is on your back. Nobody knows.
And Carbine's
anything was-
invisible for 1 hour.
Okay. So during this time, you guys kind of start walking down. You see a couple of bots that are near this tunnel entrance down the way. Gilgamesh, you automatically know there's something up. Your perception is picking them up. You know this tactic. They're just kind of like scouts eyeing around. They're just sitting out there looking like, kind of like they're, we don't know what's going on. We have no idea, but they're reporting back to whoever.
There's just 2 of them.
So far, they're not doing anything. They're not really armed. They're just
They sound
scouts.
like really shit lookouts, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they are. But Gilgamesh recognizes them. He sees them. Would you two? Because he's trained as an assassin in this area of things.
What
I
if
can-
you-
What I'm
I
gonna
mean,
do?
I would know a recon because of my background.
How about this? I want you all three roll me a perception right now.
Okie dokie.
You'll see why.
I mean, it's 16 for me. Thanks.
I'm playing the part.
Yeah, there you go. You're playing the part. Gilgamesh recognizes the two, but Overload, you see, because your soldier instincts are kicking in a little bit more. You see, there's more than just the two. There are some others that are down further. They're not. You can tell the armor. You can see it. Void Striker, you see them. You see some of the armor. It's like just out of place. But Overload, you're going. Your instincts are going. This is not right. Something's wrong. Why do they have so many out here? Gilgamesh, he's already sniffing them out, but he only detects the two right at the front. But the rest of you are picking him up because he's back there watching those two. But you guys are picking up a lot more. And they're watching you. They're doing a poor job of it, by the way.
I mean, if somebody really was paying attention, they might figure something out. But we're in the back alley. Everybody's suspicious of everything. They shouldn't catch it quite that quickly.
Okay, I'll tell you, they're dumb as a box of rocks, but the rocks are probably smarter than they are anyway.
So a Viacon is probably smarter than these guys.
Yeah, maybe, give or take. Actually, if they do the stats right, yeah, they're probably, yeah, give or take. Because I did comparisons. So.
Where's Dave and Steve when you need them?
Yeah, but these guys, you can tell, Overload, you can really tell that only a couple of them are carrying probably a small kind of pistol. You can see one of them has like really cruddy looking sword. Nothing really fancy. It's just like a sword. Doesn't even have an energon. But they're kind of, you can see them spaced out in different spots. You see a vendor. All three of you see this vendor kind of across from the way. And Gilgamesh, you're sitting there playing the part, but these two are going, wait a minute. If you're a vendor, why are you dressed in such nice robes? Because they're dirty, but they're not
Oh,
torn
I'm not
up.
paying attention to anybody. I'm just prioritizing getting them to the.
Yeah, so you're playing the part. Overload, though, is recognizing this just with the glances of being the soldier he is. You guys make your way to the entrance. You see the two bots kind of like playing dumb, and they're doing a bad job. They're just like, oh, you got any energon? Yeah. Really? Come on, man. You got some energon, right? Oh, come on. And they're doing a bad job, and it's like, eh.
I'm just gonna push past them.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, come on. Ooh, what's this one got? And you see one of them kind of reach
The
out toward
moment they reach for my prisoners, I'm gonna unsling the sniper from my back and point it. I'm just like, you ain't touching my energon tickets.
And they're like, whoa. All right. I see you're here for the boss. And you see them suddenly change pose. Fine, he's down.
Yeah.
He's down there. No need to get all testy.
Hey, but I have a goddamn bonus. I lost my partner doing this shit.
Oh, you did? What'd he do? Have his head shot off? Probably got his leg shot. And they stop laughing and they're like
I'm just gonna turn like looking like kind of hurt. I did.
And you see the one back away. Wait. You got him?
Really? With my disguise self, I'm going to slightly change it a bit to have a scar like hidden just on my waist. He almost got me too!
Dude.
As I point to the scar.
You got to tell us how you did this. They'll want to see you down there. Dude. And he's kind of gesturing. Him. Oh my God. And you can kind of see, you could see them kind of go like, sorry. Kind of like towards you, Gilgamesh. Like, hey, we did, sorry, man. Really high respect for you. As you kind of walk by and he's getting dragged along with the energon cuffs.
I'll remember that.
Dude, that's him. Do you have a playing card? Dude, maybe can you think he would sign it?
From the fucking races. God damn it.
And then you kind of hear in the back, dude, I got this. And he goes, and you hear them, that's funny looking, but he's way cooler in person. You think he would sign it? And he goes, that thing with the springy head on it? Really? I don't know. He's really cool. I don't want to. Do you know what he can do, man? I've heard so many stories that he took on like a Titan and took its head. Oh, I've heard more. I think he's taken on more than that. And you guys can hear this talking and everything from up there because it's echoing down as you go down these steps and you keep going down. It gets darker.
He is trying hard to bite his tongue and not say anything.
I'm just maniacally laughing.
Void Striker, as you get down, you come to what looks like there's a couple vendors around on one side, and you don't really see anything else, but one of the vendors like, oh, would you like to buy my wares? And the other one is like, yeah, come on, no, you don't want to buy from them, you want to buy from me.
Look, I'll buy something from somebody when I get my goddamn bonus, leave me alone.
Well, maybe one of them, and they stop talking. Whoa. And then you see their attitudes change. You're here to see him. You have bounties? And
No, I have a goddamn spring chicken from Earth.
And they look at you funny. They look at each other. What's a spring chicken? What is that?
I have no clue. I heard it from one of the old Decepticons. It's like a saying on Earth, apparently.
Um. What's Earth? Sounds like a dirt
I
ball.
don't
Whatever.
know.
Whatever. uh. Whatever. And you could see them looking at you, Overload. He's a big one.
I'm still just gonna quote unquote drag them along.
Fine. You're here to see him, correct?
Yes.
All right. You see one of them. One of them's returned, and surprisingly, they have. What do you got? And they just the ones looking at you like, who? Who is?
Can I shoot him a nasty glare with intimidation?
If you would like. It.
Nat 1.
It's hard to be intimidating with energon cuffs.
And I'm battle damaged too, so I'm angry and I'm look like shit.
This one looks at you because you're looking at it, and he's like, how much damage did you do that to him? It's kind
You
of
know
question.
what? Okay. If you want to hear the story of how I did it, wait until I see the boss. You can hear it then too.
Okay, but who are these two? Because it's darker down there, so all these things, optics and outlines a little bit. They can see some detail.
Secondary target 1 and secondary target 2.
That doesn't help us. We can't let you in without some names on them.
Well, apparently that one's called Gilgamesh and that one's called Overlord.
And he goes, "Hey, we hit." And he lets go of the com button. Who did you just say?
Gilgamesh? Overlord.
Hi.
Whatever,
I'm
big
just
one.
cold staring at him.
And you see their lights come up, and they're kind of highlighting you, Gilgamesh, and they're like, "You got him."
I got fucking lucky is what I got.
You, and they're both doing it now in tandem. You got him.
Do you want to hear the story or not? Get me in there.
And they just kind of both are dead stare now at you, Gilgamesh, like he's and they stop and they're looking at you, Overload. And they take a few steps. Boss, the morons you hired to go shoot them are one of them's back with they're stuttering so badly.
I'm just gonna push him aside, push the button on the intercom. I got the fucker you wanted, let me in!
The doors, you hear the doors, this wall suddenly opens up and there's a passage.
Going in.
You see a couple of guards standing down there with big guns and they're aiming like, okay.
Thanks for taking so long. As I'm looking at the two.
Sorry. And they go, as you pass by Overlord, they're like, sorry, yeah, go, yeah. And then they see you, Gilgamesh. Big fans.
He's cold staring him, but again, he's trying to bite his lip.
And he goes, and one of them kind of comes up real quick to you, not real close. Hey, would you mind signing this card?
I'm just gonna kick him back through the door and close it.
But for a brief second, Gilgamesh, I'm going to tell you what's on the card. You see a picture of you in a battle stance, like really well drawn. You look really good in it. And it has stats down there, but they're all crappy stats for what your card can do. And it looks like, hey, this familiar game that's called Magic the Gathering. And it's he goes, and as he goes, oh, come on, please. Big fan.
I'm just breaking composure silently.
I'm just dragging them into the room.
Okay, if anybody's listening, can they make a Magic the Gathering of Gilgamesh?
I'm going to find whoever made that card, and I'm going to make him pay for that.
You know what the card more reminds me of? Has anybody here played Ratchet Dreadlocked?
Sadly, no.
Well, in there they've got cards called like the Exterminator cards of like all the big gladiators you're gonna fight as Ratchet, and even Ratchet has one. That's what it more reminds me of.
As you go down the steps, you get to the lower floor with the two guards aiming at you, Void, and they're standing there. It's like,
I'm just gonna look like I'm absolutely done with the day, exhausted, and I just want to get paid and go.
and they move the guns. One is on Overload, the other one's on Gilgamesh. Make any move, and these guns don't miss. Understand?
Dude, I'm just gonna point to Overland, just like, they're more likely going to bounce off him. My gun did.
He's not wrong.
At this point, he's like, don't care.
Is he
Just-
back there, or am I gonna have to stand here for another goddamn 10 minutes when somebody tries to open a fucking door?
Hey, chill out. And he points the gun right into your head. I can end you right now, and we could just claim the bounties ourselves. They don't care who brings
I'm
them
gonna
in,
hold
man.
up what looks like a dead switch that goes to fucking nothing. I'm just like, you think I didn't come without insurance after what I went through?
You wouldn't risk all that. And he's like,
What did I have had? I'll fucking do it!
and he just
I'd
looks
like
at
to
you.
roll
He looks.
perception. Like, deception, sorry.
Oh, wait. I want to add to this.
Oh God. So what do you want to roll? What, persuasion or something?
Yeah.
See, go for
No,
it.
it's gonna be
What?
deception because
Oh,
I'm also gonna.
What's deception?
Oh,
I just like to roll
Yeah,
back.
do deception then. I'll settle it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna.
Yeah.
Should I roll?
But with Overload,
I'll give it. I'll give
Should
you
I?
help
if you can
with
roll.
an advantage.
I'll give it if he can roll well enough. I'll give it to him.
Do you want me to roll persuasion? Because I'm
Yes.
not really
Deception.
good doing it. That's why I'm asking if it.
Or persuasion, I guess. I don't know.
Persuasion would be better. Okay.
Hey, guess what? 26.
Because a perfect idea was the thing on my back. It's securely placed, and if it's a death switch, that thing will go off and take most of us out,
And
and it's on me.
And he's
So
standing.
it's definitely gonna kill me.
He's standing there with the gun still to your head, voice striker. Fine. Either way, these two are still. You are fine. Well, whatever you are. He'll be in there in just a moment. And you see him reach up on his comms and he taps on it. They're ready out here. The doors open. You can see a big room. And it's good size. At the end, you can see what looks like a desk and a chair behind it with somebody who's viewing screens right now. Multiple screens. He's got his back turned to you. You see multiple guards all around the room. There's at least 20 of them.
I'm gonna walk in with these two.
You get up to the desk, but one of the guards comes out. That's far enough.
Dude, can we just speed this along? I want to get paid.
Shut up. He turns around slowly in the seat, and you can see him looking at one of the screens, and he goes, so, And he goes, I don't see the other one. I heard one of you didn't come back.
His face is in itty little pieces all over the fucking desert.
Interesting. So you got at least 2 of them alive, and I don't see the heads of the other 2 here. Did you take her out? Is there any proof of her death?
Honestly, I have no clue after the explosion.
An
Uh,
explosion. Interesting. I didn't ask for itty bitty pieces. I asked for proof. That will
I didn't
cost
have
you.
a choice as I point to Gilgamesh.
I am dead staring whoever is talking to us right now.
And he kind of looks, oh, I've heard so much about you. We only met briefly once.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't remember you.
Hmm.
You must not be important enough.
Oh, I am. Just, I don't stay on the radar. And he flicks the monitor. Like, he just gestures with a finger and it comes up with you racing on it. And he goes, see, I'm not one for a lot of public spotlight if I can help it. But I do have to have public relations, if you know what I mean. But, and you see him kind of get up, and this guy is not,
So then remind me, what is your name?
oh, look it. We all know who you are, Gilgamesh. But you will know my name, and I am Varish. And his tone changes. And you see the guards all track their guns right on you. And I could have you eliminated right now.
Can I get paid before you do that?
And he snaps and looks at you. If he speaks again, shoot him in the head.
I'd rather you didn't.
And he slow turns back to you. Shh. The big bots are talking now, little one. And
I'm gonna act like this guy, how he used to act, and just try not to hold a snicker out loud.
he ignores you outright, but he kind of, you. Gilgamesh. How did it feel watching her die? Now you can speak, bot. What? I don't even remember your name. You're not even worth talking about. I don't care. How did she die? Tell me a little details,
Well,
please.
you know those energon cubes you kind of gave us to do the job as prepayment type thing?
Yes. I'm
Kind
not
of
giving
you
you
had
more.
to use those as impromptu remote detonation devices.
Interesting. I didn't know you had those skills. I thought you were just snipers.
To be fair, I kind of panic fired and hit them, so I got fucking lucky.
Lucky. Uh-huh. Ah, interesting. But
The explosion stopped him from killing me, as I'm going to point to the almost critical wound on my hip.
and he looks and he just, boys, he got hurt. Look at him. Oh, you poor little bot. And he kind of walks around you. Gilgamesh, did you hurt this poor little bot? I mean, you're not much shorter than he is, but he's like gesturing to the little scar and everything. And he's very kind of a slimmer bot, not very much bulk to him. And he's,
Why don't you ask them what I did to his little friend?
oh,
But I did get a cool thing from the one that ran.
Ran? Oh, please do tell. And he's like kind of stroking your head with his fingers creepily, and he's like, please tell
another
me.
big one kind of turned into a gunship and left. I don't know what the fuck was going on with him.
And you
But
suddenly
he
feel
dropped this as I pull out the shrunken combiner shotgun.
and he kind of picks it from your hand, and he still has one of his hands running on your head, and you can kind of feel them digging into your skull. And
Mind the paint job, please? I'm gonna
Shut
have to get
up.
redetailed anyway.
You let one get away, and he slams the gun down, smashing it. And this is
That
what
was
you bring.
rude.
And he smacks you upside the head really hard with the other hand, and you go flying to the side. I asked you to take them all out. Now you let one go.
I'm sorry. I had. How much you reckon that one weighs? As I point to Gilgamesh. What you reckon? 20 tons? 20 tons of that coming at me. I kind of had better gear priorities.
First off, and he whips his fingers and he goes, the guns all track onto you.
Also, I do have another bit of the story to tell. Do you mind if I come closer to keep telling? What the hell am I gonna do with you with what? 10 guns pointing at me?
You can stay right where you're at.
I kind of want to help clean up your floor because you're probably gonna make me do it.
No. Please. This is amusing me. And you see the other guards step up, and you see all these lasers start tracking on to each one of you. You see, I have eyes in many places.
Okay. So you want to know what the funny thing is? There's a reason the one got away.
Yes, he got away. Oh, amusing.
Have you heard of tracking rounds?
Oh, tracking rounds. Amuse me.
Well, from what I gather, you want this guy wanting to go imagine all his little friends. So if one of his friends gets away and tells all his other friends, well, I could give you the tracking signal. You can go down to their whatever the fuck they call the base and have fun.
Then you can give me the signal now in their location. Now.
Oh, yeah, the signal. Can I go over to the console and input it, or are you going to shoot me if I take a step?
I'm probably going to have you.
Today. I'm done with being polite. I just want to get paid and fucking leave.
He just gestures. One of the bots comes up and slams you in the stomach area, and you go down. Shut up, please.
Why? As I stand up, I'm a moron, remember?
And he hits you again. He goes. He just kind of sits there and looks at you for a moment. You're very interesting.
Okay, so I can make myself more interesting if you like.
Am I boring you, big one?
No, I got a party favor if you want to play. And I'm just gonna look dead at him without being moronic anymore.
Yes, as I kind of figured. Come here for a moment. And he gestures, he just finger kind of like, come here. I'll pay you.
As he walks closer, I'm just going to slowly disengage, enlarge, reduce, and increase my size as I walk towards him.
And you can see him, he's not moving. He just goes, you're cute. Thanks for stepping into the trap.
Oh, you mean this one?
All around, all three of you, a cage comes down through.
And I'm just gonna laugh at him and just go, that's adorable.
And he kind of like, very amusing. but I still got
I'm
a lot
going to
more
disengage
guns.
my disguise. No.
So
it's fully done.
as he does this, how many people are surrounding me?
Let's see, in your position, you came in after Overload. So you're kind of off to the side. Which side would you choose to be on, left or right? I'm giving you a choice.
I'll go left.
All right, on that side, you
How
have
many
about
guards are around me?
you have about 9 of them real close to you right now.
And how close are they to me?
I will say they're in about a 15-foot range of you.
Shit. Okay.
Overload, you have about 11 guards around you, and 2 of them are starting to get a little distracted with the other one now. You see Varish just kind of sit back on the desk. This is so amusing. I'd like to see you play with them.
Oh, is it time to actually play? Alright.
Party time.
Command level 2.
Oh, shh.
Betray.
Let's see. Is it with one creature?
It's 2.
2? Okay. Which 2 do you want to pick first?
2 that are aiming towards me. Actually, no. Aiming at Gilgamesh.
All right.
Also,
There.
I would like to do this of my shotgun that's in pieces on the floor. I purposely let him break it to put it in the middle of the room.
Well, he did it on his desk, so it's going to be closer to you up in the air on the desk. He just pressed down on it and crushed it with his hand. But yes,
yeah, I'm gonna repair and pick it back up.
I will allow you to do that. First, I will take care of Overload's little trick here. Which 2 do you want to have aim at who and how?
Uh,
I wish I had a map for you guys. I'm sorry I don't.
you're fine.
That's okay.
I'd say to lessen the load, just attack another 2 that's on the left side.
Okay, let me see.
So, attack whoever is next to them.
Okay, I need to do their wisdom save. One of them doesn't get phased. The other one turns and starts shooting the one that didn't get phased. How's that? Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that works.
So long as it creates a commotion and draws them closer to me, that's what's important.
Okay.
Well, they just had one go rogue, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but that's why the distraction should push them closer to me.
yeah, so at this point, I will have you guys roll initiative because I let those kind of as a free action to give you guys turns. Your little combiner shotgun now is mended also in this process. And I'll allow you to pick it up during that time too if you want. Just
Oh,
kind
so
of.
just roll initiative now?
Yep, please roll initiative.
19.
26.
24. Alright.
I'm going to split the 2 groups on each side of you. So this way I'll have 2 different groups going. And then I'll have Varish. Okay. For fuck's sake. Christ.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry that it took so long for the party to start. I just wanted to attempt to fuck with this guy.
That's all right. All right, Void Striker, I'm going to let you go first on this. This shit rolls. They're not great. Even if I rolled in order. I'm going to do it the opposite way this time because...
All right. So the closest guard to me, I'm just going to aim my combiner shotgun directly at him.
Okay, so that would be... At this point, you would have been closer to Overload, so that would put you in line with... So I'm imagining they're kind of circled around a little bit. They're circled around Gilgamesh. They're circled around Overload. They didn't expect you, at least the guards didn't. And they're sitting there. So you got that shotgun. Go ahead and roll for attack on him. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, I forgot the
Natural 20.
Oh, I forgot it's the cone, too. Okay.
So how many is he? How
I
many is he
mean,
hitting?
I could make it worse.
Just roll for the damage already. Jesus.
21.
So 42.
Oh. Okay.
So
At 20-foot cone. It reaches out 20 feet as well. Oh my god. You hit. And you're close to them, so it makes it really interesting. You hit the first 3 of them right off the bat with 42. So that's group 1. Actually, yours is group 2. His is 1. So I'm just going to calculate those 3 for that. Okay, give me a second. Blah, blah, blah. All right. They're ragged as hell right now just from that shot.
Oh, that's nice. Second attack.
Go for it. Okay. Give me the damage.
20.
Are you shooting the same one?
Yeah, I'm shooting the same ones.
So I'm just saying the one because you're technically aiming him, but the other 3 are right behind him in that line with him because they're kind of in a curve right there, so they're getting the hit. So they pretty much just disintegrate from the second shot. There's not
So
much.
I'm now going to turn to a third target with my reaction, Eldritch Blast.
I hate you all.
Oh, you're going to
hate
hate
you.
what I'm about to do next.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about too.
And
Oh,
if I need
shit.
to roll damage, there you go.
God.
And it's 2
Okay.
beams, so click it again. So there's the second beam.
Okay, you're making me friggin' do math. I hate you all. Okay, that one's in pretty bad shape. Jesus Christ. Okay.
And that's my turn.
Hi, Dave. Sorry, I mixed up things, but Dave, go kick somebody's ass.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again, how many are around me and how close are they?
9, and they're about 15 feet from you.
This is not going to do me any good, but it's going to get me out of the cage. So, guess we're doing
Okay.
this.
Well, he's just surrounded, so that's his cage. Whoops, I need to move
Yeah.
the thing back. now.
Remember, I dispelled the cage.
And let me see. Teleport yourself to the next. But actually, he can do this and catch them off surprise.
And how far is
As a
Varish from
rogue,
me?
doesn't he get bonus damage for an ambush?
Which way are you going to teleport? Are you going to teleport closer?
That's
to
why
him,
I'm
or-
asking. How far is Varish
When
from
you
me?
guys were brought in, you were about 25 feet from him.
I'm teleporting right behind him.
Oh shit! And he's kind of sitting at the desk, like up against the desk too, so that would put you on the other side of the desk from him, and he doesn't even know what's happening right now. He's just amusingly watching this, thinking he's gonna do something after,
And
which his turn isn't yet.
let me see. This is my bonus action. My bonus action, I'm going to cast Shadow Blade at 3rd level. And I'm going to immediately stab Varish in the back.
Are you piercing him through, kind of thing, or trying to pierce him through?
Yeah, I'm kind of going through his lower back. And because I'm going to be teleporting behind him, this is going to be a sneak attack.
Yeah, so you're gonna get a definite advantage on this thing. Okay, what do we need to do here? I'm trying to read this.
So
Is
this is
to-
going to be 3d8 psychic
Oof,
plus my sneak
right.
attack. So that's what, an additional d6?
Yeah, go for it.
So yeah, I'm going to roll 3d8 and then my sneak attack.
Ouch. Okay. Varys is like, oh, they said you were good.
My disguise has dropped because I changed spells. So I'm no longer
Okay.
looking battle damaged.
So he can't really see you. He just knows you're behind him because he can feel that blade digging into him, and he can't see you in front of him. He's just like, oh, hello. I see your stories are true. Do you have another move you can do? I thought you had 3 for some. You
No,
get 3?
I would have 3 in my beast form.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. All right, so now let me check. Yeah, it goes to. Okay, big boy. Overlord. Do your thing.
It's time for fun. All right.
Do it.
I would want to use the battle axe in this situation, but I,
You can request it, and it'll just look like it'll come off your back with the shield in a sense. The shield won't come off unless you want him on your arm. By the way, your AC is up at this point too because he's attached to you right now.
okay.
He doesn't have to be
Then-
on your arm to be active. He's acting like a shield on your back. So if somebody does try to shoot you in the back, like do a sneak attack, hey, surprise, you can't.
Okay, so that means I have 19 AC. Good.
Mhm.
I mean, I can make it
I
20.
forgot to tell you that because it's the same thing if he's attached to your arm and he's attached to like your back like that. He's giving you the
Real
X-ray.
quick
So-
question.
Yeah, shoot.
Real quick question. Did Carbine roll for initiative?
Oh crap! No, but actually, with your mini cons, I'll have them. If you want to do a quick move with her, I'll allow it, and then we'll jump right back to Overload, so he can do it if he wants to have Aegis do the same. So I'll mix them with yours.
Because if she makes an attack, the invisibility is going to drop anyway, and I want her to go in for an attack.
Okay, if you want to do that real quick, we can do that.
Yeah, so let
So-
me grab her sheet.
Because you're dealing with Varish, Overload's dealing with a lot more. And she's in her caracal form, so you can feel her claws itching to get out and going. Oh, sorry.
So that's a 12. I'm assuming she's going to miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little low. His
Yeah.
his AC actually is not high. I will tell you that, but yeah, it's just a little low. So
Okay. I tried.
she has a second attack.
Oh, well.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, your mini cons do have 2 attacks now. By the way, I forgot they were
Why is this
there.
asking me if I want to do a...
It wants to be a pain
Roll
in the
20 is being a bitch to me right now. God damn it.
And no, I'm gonna
It's
give her
technically sneak attack.
Yeah, so you have advantage. Nobody knows she's there. So and she's up behind him. Sneak attack too. So yeah, you're good. She hits.
All right.
Do you want her? Where do you want her to do to him?
Well, she's hitting with Steel Claw, so
Oh, yeah.
he's taking this damage.
Where do you want her to scratch him though? Like really slice it.
Right across his back. Is where his back is to us, so...
She's so eager. She kind of fumbles the first one, like, oh, she gets mad and she swipes down, and you just see the steel claws just think, and you see the open metal, and you just hear Varish, oh, that's better. Oh, yeah. And she's like, she kind of, did I do good?
Stay alert.
Okay, yes, yeah. And she stays kind of perched on your arm because that's how she had to get down and nail him. And she's kind of like, hang on. We'll switch back over to you, Overload. Now, do you want that battle axe?
Yeah, I'm just gonna reach behind me and just pull it out.
Aegis automatically just kind of feels what you're wanting to do, and it kind of he makes it emerge kind of from behind the shield between you and him, so it makes it look like it's been there this whole time. And you pull this big old battle axe out. You see a couple of the guys kind of
Now, who
I
wants
feel
some
sorry for these
fun?
gods, because within, a matter of 6 to, 20 seconds, they've already lost 3 men.
yeah, and one's looking pretty bad.
Now,
and then the other
who wants
the-
some fun?
and they're a little closer to you, Overload, right now. And they're going, and you can see them taking aim at you, like they're getting ready to, like, bring the gun up higher and try and shoot at you. What would you like to do? Oh, God, these guys are going to be gone.
Cute.
Oh, my.
Nice.
I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you, Overload.
Wait, you want to hit me even more?
Second attack.
Auto turrets.
I mean, that's already double damage with the natural 20, so that's...
Yeah,
you-
but my turrets don't get affected by that, sadly. They don't crit.
Oh, no, I'm talking about your slashing damage. That's
Are you-
doubled.
are you trying to take a hit on one target?
I mean, is the axe cleaving?
Yes.
Oh,
I
fuck
might-
yeah.
I don't think I have it written on there. I'm sorry, but yes, it does because you're swinging with that son of a bitch. That thing's gonna come
These
around.
Poor gods.
So in the
They
arc,
should have come into work today.
oh god, did I position them in my mind? I positioned them in the most
They are
horrible
at
space.
perfect cleaving distance.
Oh, what have I done?
Slash.
Again, they should have come into work today. They should have called in sick.
Everything's doubled too, you asshole. What have I done? This is my fault. Okay.
Time
This-
to release the inner Decepticon, baby.
You feel the pulsing energy, not just of you, but you feel Aegis like going, hell yeah, bring it down on him. And you can feel his eagerness, like he wants to get out there and take his axe back and do it himself. You could both are just feeling it in tandem. You feel the surge, and that blade ignites in this beautiful reddish orange, like it's almost on fire. And these guys are looking, and you see the first couple of them like, oh no. And how do you want to cleave these guys? You're taking out about 5 of them.
Waste go
Yeah.
bye-bye.
They all just, the blade doesn't even slow down. It's shing, 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 shing,
Is
shing,
it one of
shing.
those moments where they check and go, I'm fine, and they fall apart?
And you stand there for a second, and yeah, actually, that might. And you see them standing there, they all kind of like, and they look at each other, and you're just standing there, and you can feel A just going, yeah, again. You can feel his surge, just like I want to get in there too. But it's kind of like you're both working together now as one bot instead of these two separate entities, and you just see them. You see one of them turn. I don't feel so good, and they all fall down and go gray.
So
So
how's Vash feeling?
there's 3 on the right side now, yeah?
Yeah.
Second row time.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because I haven't even used my movement.
Why did I give you that?
So I'm gonna walk up till I can get in range of all 3 of them. Slash.
I hate you. Don't even bother with, don't even bother with damage. I bet you it's going to be nasty, but go ahead if you want to amuse yourself. Oh my god.
Do it. Roll that beautiful
Ugh.
damage.
Okay. You got anything else in there? Just want to make sure. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Asshole.
Alright.
So you don't take them down, but they are going, ow, we hurt. You realize you guys haven't given them a chance to even fight. Yeah, because they rolled
That's
so bad
the
on initiative.
point.
That's the beauty of fast initiative.
All right. You got anything else in there you want to do?
I mean,
mean-
good action surge.
I don't have action surge yet.
No.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Does Overlord
I
have
mean-
any other happy surprises in there?
I mean, I could do something as a bonus action and add to that damage.
Do it.
I hate you.
Do
I think
it.
I think I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Fuck yeah.
All 3 of them must make a Constitution save.
What do I gotta beat for this Constitution save, huh? Huh?
It should have been 14. For some reason, I didn't calculate it.
That's all right. Okay, I'll just take your number for it. I don't care. You're screwing them up badly. sake. Oh, for fuck's
They all
assholes!
failed.
Screw you all. I hate you all. Yeah.
So
With the 8 game. I love
close!
it when a plan all comes together.
Yeah, they failed. All three of them.
All of them take 1d6 fire. Three.
3.
Okay, what was the math I just did for this? God, now I got to scroll it back up because I forgot.
19 plus
22.
Wait, I did it.
So 24, 28.
33.
If it's
All around
33,
there.
they're barely standing.
No,
Should be
no,
around
no.
33 mark, I think.
because 24,
Wait.
28 should be 31.
Okay, they're barely standing. They look, their pieces hanging off of them. They're not looking in the greatest shape right now.
Not to mention they're on fire. So,
Yeah. So they're just like, ah. Please tell me you got nothing
Again,
else.
they shouldn't have come into work today.
I mean, sadly, I don't. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Okay, you good? You good. Okay. Okay. All right. Jackasses. All right. What's left of group 1? Oh,
There-
Jesus
There's
Christ.
actually 8. There's 8 still in group 1.
It won't matter. I don't even
Yeah, it
have,
won't.
even with the help. I know it's not going to beat your AC.
I mean, at this point, you might as well roll for morale, considering what just happened.
Yeah, pretty much at this point.
I mean, should I roll for intimidation for what I just did to 5 of them?
Hang on, I
I
gotta.
mean, I could join you with what I did with the shotgun.
I know a 16 ain't gonna hit you either.
Yeah, that would have before if I didn't have the shield.
Okay, I think they're
Uh.
too scared to hit you, or they're just terrible shots. Christ. Group 2, what's left of that group? Because there's two groups here, because I separated them.
Yeah, group 2 only has 3 members
Oh,
left.
Because they're all focused on overload right now because somebody teleported and he's not where he's at. And the other big one is kind of, in the in between of them. So they're just looking.
They're more likely to shoot each other.
Yeah, kind of. And it won't matter. Okay.
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 The benefit of being a barbarian.
Okay. You know
Wide
what?
aggro.
Okay. Let me see. You're still got Varish impaled on your blade a bit though, so he's in pain. Unless you retracted that blade out of him for some reason, right? Gilgamesh.
No.
I'm not gonna lie, there's a vicious mockery combo I kind of want to do to the Vash.
God, he's. I hate you all. My rolls suck right now.
This is revenge for the fucking combiner.
Yeah, I agree. The combiner almost two-shot me. He got me on a half HP with the first shot.
Void, it's your turn.
I don't know what you guys are
Alright.
talking about. I had a blast with the combiner, bro.
Oh God. So
Yeah, you went outside when it was firing.
Yeah, I did.
let me
I
think.
did went outside.
Okay, you took out 5. There were still 3 in the one half of the group. There were still how many did I have over there? Jesus Christ, I lost track now because I wrote it in the
Alright, so I'm gonna use my movement to go over to Vash,
Oh God.
and I would like to grapple him into the ground.
You see him. Oh yes. Now we're getting somewhere interesting.
So, strength check.
If you'd like.
Well, that's
Damn.
nice, but it's a 15.
God damn that thing. I hate that.
Wait, how far away is Void from me?
You guys are pretty well in proximity to each other. Like you're with.
Would it be within 10 feet?
Yeah, you would be close to each other.
Or protection?
Yeah.
You literally. How do you want to pin him?
I would have throw him onto the ground and use my second attack to vicious mockery him and simply ask him, "How does the gray ground taste, little
Oh
man?"
my! Oh, it tastes so lovely. You're so generous. Oh, I like it when you
Oh,
treat me
and-
rough. And I'm like,
Oh, and I would just bluff
oh Jesus Christ!
immediately afterwards.
And you kind of just hear him scream out, "Burn, baby, burn!" It's like, what the hell?
And there's the damage roll. So the first beam, and that's the second.
He's hurt, but he's still in pretty good shape, and you could just see him kind of laying there. He's kind of prone, but he's laying there going, "Yeah, now we're getting somewhere interesting."
I only have one more use of Flash of Genius.
Man,
I'm sorry, I wanted to do that.
Jesus Christ! Do you have anything else you can do before I move on?
Yes, but I'm not going to, so I'm in
All right, Gilgamesh, arise.
How many guards are left?
Let's see. I had originally on you 9. There's 3 that
8.
are burning right now in bad shape.
There are 11.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's enough there. Just do whatever.
Have fun.
I'm transforming into beast mode.
I thought I would have this a little better set up. I am tired.
I mean, you did have it, but let's be honest, you weren't expected it to be within cleave distance
No,
and shotgun code.
no. I forgot the goddamn shotgun too.
Be
How-
what I could have done with that, by the way.
Okay,
I
Gilgamesh.
could have done this to them.
Oh Jesus Christ! No, you're not getting
I
to now.
could've,
Too late. Too
But
late.
I didn't.
We're looking at Gilgamesh. Shut up. We're looking at Gilgamesh in his badass form. Now you transform. Varish looks at you as you transform, and you see his optics, and he kind of slides back.
Well, for him to move, he needs to outstrength me.
Well, he's
Yeah,
not.
but
He's just.
But
trying
he's not
to
going to get a chance.
Yeah, he can't. He can't move far. He's just kind of like sliding back a little. Like, what are you? What? How? That is not possible.
My tentacles slam down on top of his chest.
And you see his demeanor. So, what? How? You? How did you become this? What are you? And he's
So-
hurting bad.
So
And,
he,
like,
he's
pain.
he's prone. He's basically double pinned to the ground because with my tentacles hitting him, I'm basically wrapping around his neck and I'm getting right up into his face.
And you can hear him kind of
You
shaking.
made a grave mistake.
Oh.
Bite
Oh, shit.
416, and because I get a third attack,
Jesus.
claw. 17
Although,
does
but
hit
you
him,
leave
right?
alive.
I mean, he's pinned, so it's at advantage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's okay. Let me see. Hang on. Let me see. I gotta catch the math up. Okay. Okay. Give me a second.
For sake, this is non-lethal damage. I'm purposely hitting areas that are intended to inflict pain,
Oh,
but will
even if
not
he
kill
dies,
him.
he's probably got the energy on QP here for me to use Revivify.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, I can stabilize him as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What have I done? Created a torture session. Again. All right. Describe to me, Gilgamesh, how you're torturing him. I'm just going to say it.
You know you love it.
Oh.
So,
I think you guys like it more than I am right now. God damn it.
Yes, yes, we do.
I'm not even the one that's fucking doing anything. I'm
I
just
know.
here.
so I
You're on a
bite
cause.
into the top of his head and I'm tearing a piece off. And my claws are coming down right onto his shoulders and they're digging in.
Ooh. Okay. he's screaming, "Ah, yeah, what are you?" Oh, and he kind of, you can see, you guys can see Carbine on his back, kind of crawling up slowly, and you can see her peek over Gilgamesh's shoulder and look around, and just like, and she's like fascinated right now, just watching you work, Gilgamesh. And she's like, just you could feel her anticipation, like, can I do something? Just sitting there, and he's freaking
How
out.
alive is he looking?
He is in pretty bad shape, but he is still up. In other words, he's still. You can do some more to him if you want. I mean,
We can revive him.
well, he's not that bad yet, but he looks nasty.
So
with
I'll
that
just tell
done.
Carbine, have fun.
And you could kind of feel her kind of hop. Really, 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 really. And she's just like,
Steel Claw. Where do you want her to hit?
I am leaving that up to the person who is running her. What do you want her to do? Have fun.
Slash at his face. She's gonna cat claw his face.
Oh, his face is not looking pretty. He's still looking pretty not like good, but the armor and everything, he doesn't really have a lot. And he's like, "Oh, not my face, please. It's so pretty. I can fix the head. Face, please."
She misses the bite.
It's
Sorry.
because he's squirming around. There we go. We're gonna see
Yeah,
that.
yep. She tries to bite him, but he's squirming.
She misses the bite, but she hisses, and you know she's pissed. Like, damn it! I wanted to hit him. I wanted to bite him. She kind of backs away a little bit. You got any? Let's see.
I'll say, look at the guards.
He turns and he looks over. You mean those worthless twits? What are they gonna do?
Oh no, I said that to Carbine.
Oh, you can see her look, and she just kind of, she walks around where you've got him pinned down. She kind of steps over and around and through your tentacles, and she kind of stands kind of perched in between your tentacles that are moving, and she's just looking at him dead stare. And the guards are kind of look over, and they're like, and you can see him kind of taking steps back, and they're really freaking out right now because somebody just cleaved through half of their buddies.
So I have I'll just use my bonus action to do this. I'm just gonna slowly turn my head to the guards. Run.
You see them all terrified. You see the three burnt ones kind of, well, I don't know how to describe how they're going to leave a room, but they're not exactly running when they got pieces falling off of them anyway.
They're gonna shamble out the room.
Yeah. You see about 5 of them are kind of staying, but the rest kind of like, no, we're out of
They're
here.
staying, are they?
No, but hang on. Patience. You see
Are
them.
you sure?
You see them. It's like the 5 are still there for the moment, and it's like, we ain't paid enough for this. And you see them. They kind of lower their guns. We ain't paid enough for this. And then you see them holster the 5. They're a little beefier looking bots, but they kind of look over at you, Gilgamesh, and they bow to you, like not like Aegis's bow, but they bow to you as in respect. We know who you are, sir. We don't get paid enough for this. And they walk out the door. And you can hear Varish, "You worthless pieces of scrap, I will have you melted down." And you can hear a couple of them, "Good luck with that." They keep on walking.
Well, so what was all that big talk about again?
What? What do you want? Information? Hmm?
I did want information. Now, I'm going to take more than that from you.
I'm gonna
Oh.
transfer my hands into tools and just like
Oh my god.
bit by bit.
What does this turn into torture sessions now?
This isn't torture. This is dismantling.
Oh god. Okay.
He was going to have a chance if he didn't do this. Now he blew that chance.
I mean, I can go through his mind.
Look it. I wouldn't do that. But look it. I'll give you information if you want. Look it. I can look it. I can replace her. Okay, if she's dead. Come on. Look it. He couldn't have been that good of a shot, right? Probably missed her, right. Come on. I can arrange that.
I'm
Are
sorry. I
you
don't believe you
so
understand
stupid?
who you're in front of, good sir.
Do you think anything that was said to you was true?
No, not
Gilgamesh,
really.
do you believe I should introduce myself?
I'm going to,
Yeah,
because
he
I have grips on him, I'm going to pull him up a little bit so he's looking right at you.
That's pretty high too.
Allow me to introduce myself from.
No, he's just looking up at him.
Oh, okay. Pretty bad looking. What an introduction.
I am Void Striker.
And he stares at you. He's just kind of looking at you. And his optics go, "You're dead. You can't be
I
alive."
get that.
No, you're not Void Striker. You can't be.
The one and only.
It sounds like he wants a demonstration.
No. Can you fix my face though? Make me look pretty again.
I'm going
I
to
can
scrape.
fix anything, but not
I'm going
your
to
ego.
scrape the spiked part of my tentacle across his face.
Ah.
Not doing real physical damage, but I'm messing up his pretty little face.
Yeah.
You're gonna be lucky if you walk out of here in one piece.
Probably going to be dead anyway. She'll take me out.
No. Both of you remember our actual objective, right?
Oh, I'm well aware.
Oh, maybe I can help. Maybe my freedom to for information. We can make a deal, right?
I'm gonna go ahead and approach him.
Information about your freedom.
I'm gonna go ahead and approach him. Information would be nice, but I have a counteroffer that you might be very, very thankful for.
What could you offer?
Now,
My information.
although you probably don't know me, I know you pretty well, actually.
How do you know me? Have we met before?
Not face to face, but I've read your profile.
Was it my good side?
As good as a soldier could be.
Yes.
You were a very promising one from what I read, but the higher-ups didn't exactly like your ways, right?
Oh, yes, they were so dreadfully pitiful about getting the information that they needed. So I took it a step further. And they didn't like it because, well, some of them didn't make it.
Yes, they didn't appreciate your work.
Yes, that was a very long time ago. I still remember a few.
Amateur.
Amateur, how dare you? I am much better than that. I took the
However,
information.
it seems that those days are repeating, it seems. As I've heard, you've kind of been stepped down from your recent position.
He just stares at you. Kind of, step down is a poor choice, and the Cybertronian word.
Replaced.
Yes, and
I
he
was-
shifts his gaze to you, voice. Yes, replaced.
I was just trying to be a bit, friendly on that point.
Oh, just be to the point already. What is it
You-
you want out of me, and get it over with?
Well, information, that's one. Two, intel from the inside.
What's in it for me?
Your
Well-
My
wife.
grip tightens on him.
Ah,
Well, for one, you would probably get your position back, or, depending on how big of an impact, probably even higher.
ooh.
Two, Two.
Higher.
let's say that you are able to assist us. If you ever did return to the soldier work, or even turn into a mercenary, think of the accomplishments that you would have done, and how many people would want to hire you for your beneficial works, knowing that you could hold your own. You're excellent at infiltrating, and you have the experience to boot.
I really like this offer. Excuse me, could you loosen just a little bit? It's kind of hard to talk sometimes.
should- You should be fine.
I pull his head down and I'm looking at him dead in his eyes. You try anything.
Hey, we're talking business now, and
Yes, we can all be reasonable.
you.
I'm
As a
gonna
matter
go
of fact-
off and start getting donations from the bodies that are somewhat intact.
As a matter of fact,
Oh
let
my
me
God.
do this for you. As
Have
a, I'm
fun
gonna
with the
put my
voiceover.
I'm gonna put my hand up towards his face, and I'm gonna dump 10 points of my lay on hands, so that way it can repair his face.
That is. Oh, that's.
I release my grip
Blink,
on
blink.
him.
That is much better. Thank you. Have you released him completely to where he's just able to stand there?
No, he's not completely released.
Okay. I just want to be clear. He kind of turns his head. Thank you. I may be what I am, but I do know manners still to some point.
Yes.
What do you want to know exactly?
Well, we wish to know on possible weak points that our arachnid friend might have, and who might be opposed to her ideals.
Opposed to her ideals. Well, I served her so I could, how do I put it? I would like to have a little more than being her servant boy now. At least the bot in me would like it more. And look it. She moves around. I don't know where her location is anymore because I got replaced.
So where does she frequent?
Well, she doesn't exactly frequent too many regular places. She hides, but she's very scheming. Ever since I got replaced, I have no idea where she is now. She used to reside in some of the bigger places that were more prominent, such as some of the guilds that were taken down. She's taken them over, but she hasn't taken control. She's let them run amok. I mean, look at the mess she has made. Business has been horrible. And then she sends me after you. I already told her. I know what. And he kind of turned to see you, Gilgamesh? I'm not sure how you have. him
He
put
could
things.
be.
Well, I'll do this. He kind of turns his head. You, Gilgamesh, I know who you are. I do. Much respect to your field. Not one for it. I have my other methods. But have you not seen what it is like out there? I haven't been able to make the Shenix I used to. And it's pointless. Where's
So
my
why are
cut
you
over?
still supporting her?
Well, if you see where I'm at, do you think I'm supporting her? I'm in a sewer. Well, not really a sewer, but you see my establishment. I used to have a very nice establishment. Used to be a nice gambling place. You could come in, get a drink of Energon, sit back, spend some Shanix, win some Shanix, mostly lose it, and things were golden then. But then she came along, and if I didn't join, I'd be dead now. If I didn't do as I said, I'd be dead now. I didn't like it. And then this behemoth moron comes in and, oh, he's here. But then come to find out, oh no, she brought him in. She went and found him and got him. And he was much more than obliging to come and serve. No. He serves her, but he gives the orders. But she is still the one in charge.
So who gave the order to go after Kiara?
That would have been her. And you know who I'm talking about, Gilgamesh, correct? Ava?
I'm full well who you're talking about.
Yes.
Have I finished collecting donations?
You have a lot to pick up, but well, you did disintegrate.
I mean, we're
few
having
of
a
them.
long conversation,
Yeah,
so
yeah, I think you would have probably been done by now because you disintegrated a good amount of them anyway. So, yeah, it shouldn't take long. So you're done.
Hey, at least he has 5 really good intact ones.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He's sitting there. He goes, "Tell me he missed her, please."
It's kind of hard to hit anything when you're dead.
You feel Varish kind of relax in your tentacles. I didn't hate her. I didn't like her, but I didn't hate her. She was always good for the information if I needed it, and she was well worth it. So sending them was not exactly my plans. I do apologize deeply. I'm dead either way. Because as soon as one of them report back, I will be gone.
So this is your chance to make amends and make your life worth it.
And think of it like this. If you help us and this turns out alright, before they can report, she'll probably be dead. You'll be alive, scotch-free, with some Shanix in your pocket, and probably even more fame than you could think of.
You don't seem to understand. She probably already knows. As you guys are all standing there, all the monitors come on, and all you see is a big face of her looking at all of you. Varish,
First thing I'm going to say is still a little hot under the collar.
You just see her staring at all of you through the monitors. Varish, you couldn't even accomplish a simple task. Pitiful. You see her kind of stepping back. She's in a very nice place. Not one anybody's ever really seen. Look I tried, all right? The snipers I sent, they were worthless.
I'm going to send images of the background behind her to Kiara.
You get a text, you can see it in your display, working on it. And
Well, if it isn't the creepy creep of the hour, how's it going?
Oh, you. It seems now I get to see that. You, the one who responded to me first. Interesting. Again, you must hear this often. Why aren't you dead?
Wouldn't you like to know? As I'm going to just have the biggest shit-eating grin on my face.
I thought I killed you at least twice.
Really? I thought you attempted at least 5.
That you know of, maybe. But anyway, Varish, let me take care of my business with this. You've served your purpose, and it was worthless at that. Please, please, I can still serve in some way. At this point, you guys know he's just trying to live. Oh, Varish, dearie.
I'm gonna just push Varish to the ground with my tentacles and drop him. And I'm going to slowly approach the monitors.
I'm gonna have a spell ready and kind of at Varish.
I'm gonna go look around the room for energon cubes. I don't give a shit about the monitor. I'm going to give her 0 attention.
Give me an investigation, please. Oh my god. You go around the room and you find a couple of, at least 2 energon cubes sitting kind of behind a chair. Just kind of stacked there out of the way.
Yeah,
I'm not going to give her any form of attention. I've said my piece. I don't give a shit.
At this point, then Gilgamesh. Oh, little one. Oh, that's right. She called you that often, didn't she? Too bad she's not in the picture anymore, right? Yes, but anyway, Varish, dearie, you're done for. And no! You hear him scream. You can feel him squirming. No, please! And his head. You guys kind of hear this. And you see his head kind of melt and dissipate down and away.
Oh.
So
Spare
this
the
is
dying.
how you treat your subordinates?
Subordinates, yes.
I'm gonna laugh, walk up, use an energon cube, and
God.
And I'm gonna do this while staring at her at the screen.
So you have 2 full energon cubes. Those are worth at least 1,000 each. You use half of one, and
Yeah.
Now Gilgamesh,
I'm not gonna
you still have
eye contact with her either.
You still have your
Like,
tentacles around
I
him,
was gonna,
right?
I was gonna
No,
say.
I let him go. I pushed him over and I let him go.
Okay, so you could see all the metal and everything start to reconstitute, and you could see it. And she's like, "Oh bother! Why do I even try?"
I was gonna say, spare the dying isn't gonna help that, but
Yeah.
this will.
And he kind of, what just happened? And he touches his face and everything. What?
Well,
happened?
you died.
And he's laying there and he looks up at you. I died? Is that what that was?
Lita just sent me something. What the fuck did he just send me? Sorry.
Yeah, you died, and now you're back. Congratulations.
He gets up and he stands up, and that means that thing is no longer here, correct?
Yes.
And she's
Not
just
anymore.
like really not amused with all of you right now.
As I said,
She's
I'm just gonna have the biggest shit-eating grin, and now I'm not gonna pay her any attention.
Well, if that explosion didn't work in your little peon brain, and you see him turn. And he turns to you, Void Striker. That thing isn't in my head, right? And he's just looking at you, just sternly up at you, going, "It's not there, right?"
It would have
Nope, it
melted onto the
repairs
floor.
you, not explosives.
And it would have melted on the floor.
And he just marches up to the monitors. He's kind of standing next to you, Gilgamesh. "Look at you, piece of slag. I will never serve you again, ever. I'd rather rot and be destroyed than serve you ever. Ever." And she's like, "Doesn't
Your
matter.
support is dwindling fast.
Psst. All right, I've got other support." And this big old bot comes in, 2 arm cannons, huge things on his arms, on each one. And Overload, you would recognize this bot. This one does much better. I mean, he's big compared to Ava. And he looks into the camera. "Hello, traitor." And he's talking to you, Overload.
Hey, box of bolts.
Hey, look, future donations.
"Oh, you'll be fun." "I want your head, Overload."
Yeah, that's nice. How's your servos going?
"I'm fine." He slams his fist into his other hand. "Oh,
Ah,
I'm
he
ready
needs
for a
therapy.
round. I
Oh, I'm not.
want you."
I'm not talking about the ones up there. I'm talking about the ones down there.
Wouldn't you
You
like to
neutered
know?
him?
That's putting it lightly.
missing a pair of lug nuts.
Well, after you ditched us and ran, soldier, you're nothing. You're not even a soldier, you coward. You ran away from us. You left us.
Yeah,
You
tell that to your
left us.
supervisor who abandoned me.
He didn't abandon you. He gave you
So-
an order. You do
Yeah.
it.
Tell that to the bounty on my head.
What? Oh, you mean him? Oh, please. Yeah, dude, you couldn't even handle it. I got sent in to do your job. You don't
Oh,
remember
so-
those?
you're not even the first pick type of soldier. You're the backup.
Oh, please. I was always the backup because when they failed, they didn't do.
I'm sorry, that's not how Decepticons work. Either you're first, or you're nothing.
Like you would know, Void Striker.
I'm going to disguise self and turn myself into what I look like when I work with the Decepticons. Yes, I would.
Yeah, it's always pitiful to hide and run. "Oh, look at me. I've changed into my outfit again. You fool. What do you
Hey,
think?"
at least I look good. Unlike you.
I've got battle scars to prove I've fought. I still remember that
I
planet
fought
we
in
destroyed.
battles you wish.
Oh, you were pathetic. You couldn't even torture somebody properly. Oh God! Hey, Overload? Do you remember the one mission you decided to run away from? Do you remember it? Do you?
I can remember the ones that you got knocked out.
Mhm. Yeah, because I was doing your job.
I'm sorry, but
Mm,
if you got knocked out, you're kind of shit at your job.
Do you remember that planet we were supposed to go to and you decided to run? Remember it?
Oh, look, he's member there. I remember.
well, you could say that's when I started to have a change in ideals. Unlike you, apparently.
Ah, coward. You ran again. Always coward now. Couldn't even go handle
Cowardice.
You can't even go and handle a bunch of little tiny little bots. Oh, I took care of them. They were fun to pick apart, some of them. At this point, Gilgamesh, you feel Carbine's claws dig into you instantly, and on your back, you feel the tension skyrocket and rage building off of Aegis. They were so much fun to rip apart. Oh, they were so easy. I still remember a few of them screaming, just begging for us to not hurt them. Such cowardly little things. You can just, you feel their rage off of both of you just permeating out. And Carbine's really digging into you right now, Gilgamesh. Like, she's penetrating in hard. Aegis
I'm
is
going to step
restraining.
forward into the camera frame. Torque, is it?
Oh, you're the Gilgamesh one, right? Ooh, yeah, could squash you easily. Oh, I'd
He's
love
going to smile a little bit, somewhat showing his teeth. Has she ever told you some of the legends within our guild?
Oh, I know about you. I've studied you.
According to
Oh,
legend,
good enough.
a great and wise bird raised the young warrior, Zal, in her nest atop the highest peak of Damavand. When he came of age, she gave him a plume of her radiant feathers to burn if he was ever in desperate need, and she would come to his aid. I suggest you gather what you have, because Ava will not save you from what's coming.
You just see her laugh in the background. You're so amusing, little one. Ah. And I see you have a new little pet there that seems to be a little upset. Oh, that's so cute. I didn't know you were that kind of a bot. Oh, and she just starts clapping. So sensitive you are. Oh, she picked the winner. Ah, so adorable. It'll be enjoyable to watch you die.
I'm gonna say this out loud to the group. So why are we even listening to these wannabe Decepticons?
Honey, we're not Decepticons. At least I'm not. He
Oh
might
no,
be.
you're just a wannabe in general. You are so attention starved.
Attention
What? Didn't
stuff?
your mother even give you any attention? Did your daddy never love you? Oh wait, you probably never knew him.
You're amusing. Oh, so amusing. I don't want attention. I want power. Do you not
Ava.
understand?
Decepticon wannabe. Literally Decepticon wannabe.
Whatever. You're wasting our time.
Yes I am. You just figured that out?
No. But if she doesn't stop snooping around and locating us, things might go boom at that pretty little ship of yours. And she kind of looks and she flicks, and there's an image of Phoenix, the whole ship just sitting there. And just
I'm
just an
gonna
image.
send the hyperlink of that I've got with Phoenix and tell him to just aim guns in that general direction.
You suddenly, within an instant, the cannons, at least the one side where they're at, take aim, and you can see him fire, and the camera goes dead. But then another image pops up from another angle, and she's like, "You guys are you're so amusing. I love torturing you this way. It's so entertaining. Oh, this is so
Oh,
much
it's
fun."
so entertaining when it literally somebody who thinks they're the most intelligent person in the room tries to psychological warfare.
Mm, you can think what you want.
Did you try and learn from Soundwave, or did you just read it in a book?
Oh, please. Soundwave has nothing on me. And nor did your master, little one.
At least he didn't go trying to suck up to Shockwave.
You keep trying to prod me about my master. All it's going to do is ensure that when I get my hands on you, there's nothing in this world that's going to save you from me.
You can try, little one. And she smirks.
Next time, don't run away, and maybe we'll find out for sure.
And then you hear Torque, oh, you mean like him? The runaway? The AWOL
You
one.
shut
No,
your
she ran away like a
hole.
bitch!
Oh, please. This one ran away.
Silence your voice.
Oh, please.
The adults are talking here.
Adults, I'm going to squish you. But I want him first.
I'm sorry, you've got to first at least be able to sit at the big kid table before you can even threaten.
Whatever. I'm done here.
You, big one,
He just
when
looks at
we're
you.
done with you, I'm going to fly your remains to Iacon and have your head stuck on a pole.
Do you know how many are already there that I've stuck on a pole?
You'll be
Think of-
joining all of them.
I think a few of them are your old friends. I gotta say, ripping the head off of one was very interesting. But remember, Overload, you passed up on the mission. That was your downfall. If you just followed your orders.
Well, at least I'm not serving some wannabe and being their errand boy, it seems.
I'm serving a purpose of my own in the meantime.
Seriously,
Whatever.
is she not just acting like either a whiny Starscream, a Megatron, or a Galvatron?
You see Torque just kind of like, he gives you a pretty much a nasty hand gesture and he walks off screen. Later, traitor. And she just kind of giggles. He's amusing.
Nice comeback.
For the rest of you, though, I'll see you soon, little one. Very, very soon.
But aren't you the
will.
smallest one here?
You think so? You're cute. Do you think your little pet there would like a new owner? I could use something to play with. And you feel Carbine's
Do I
claws
see where
turn.
the camera is?
All right.
Yeah, it's
You're
kind of
just
sitting up
annoying.
in the middle. It's kind of hidden in the dark. Just enough back behind it.
I've had enough. I'm smashing the camera.
She just giggles. It figures. I'll see you soon. And she cuts the transmission. Varys
So, do you
just
think
I
I
send a
made her
message
think I'm
immediately to Kiara.
incompetent?
she responds back. Unknown location. Never seen it. Nobody has.
Get the ship out of there and move it.
Tell them to meet us at this grid location. I'll fly us there.
She gets the
I mean-
coordinates from you, and she just sends a message back. We're on it.
I mean, don't you all just want to get to the ship instantly?
I mean,
We're pretty
yeah,
far away
but
from
I'd
it.
rather save that as a trump card. Don't let them know we can do it.
I smashed the camera. They can't see us anymore.
Well, at this point, you guys are standing
Standing
in
you
this.
to assume there's one.
You're standing in this room, and Varish is just standing there, kind of back a little bit from you guys, and he's kind of looking
And
down.
what are we gonna do with him?
He's just standing there for a moment.
Still have those energon cuffs?
He goes.
I mean-
Yeah.
There's no need
mean,
for them. What
yeah,
do
I
you
was gonna
want?
say he kind of got tossed.
No, you gave me my freedom. That was the one thing that held
How would
me.
you like a job?
And his, you see one eyebrow go up. Job? What type of job? I've got
Either way,
nothing
you
I'll
else.
tell
can't
you
stay
later.
here.
Yeah, I can't stay here. I'm gonna have to find a new
Let
place.
me put it this way: if all goes well, you'll be earning a lot of what's the new currency you guys call it now? Shanix.
Yes, Shanix or Energon, which ever works.
You're
Shenix is
definitely earn a lot of energon if you take this job.
it
But no,
pays.
I don't like betrayal. I'm not gonna kill you if you screw up, but if you betray me, I will hunt you down and take you apart piece by piece.
First off,
Other than that, do whatever hell you want.
I don't serve a non-guild member. He turns to you, Gilgamesh. I will serve you, though, sir. And he bows to you deeply. I'm in your debt. How may I serve
Much like
you?
my friend here, I don't tolerate betrayal. You do anything to betray us, I'll let him have you.
That is understood, sir. You see his tone and posture change. It is proper guild etiquette from certain members, and he was trained very highly when he got into the guild.
So we're moving out, and I'm keeping him in front of me.
When we get into an open area, I'll transform into my gunship and increase my size.
He's pretty much wherever you want me to go, I will do what you want. Very obedient. He's like,
We're all moving at this point. So
Yeah.
he's staying in front of me at all times.
and is there any information you will need from me right now?
Plans have changed.
Yes, sir.
I think we should get the station up and running as quickly as possible.
Station? And his eyebrow goes up, and he's like, okay.
I agree. Let's change our focus. Torque is no longer going to be where we want him to be. That plan's entirely off the table.
You hear
To the
very
station it is.
Torque. And you see him kind of do his little hand. His hands are scrawny looking, but he does them in. Oh, I'd love to get back at him.
All right, full
Yeah.
speed back to the Phoenix.
Oh yeah. Vex. I actually forgot about the bonus I was going to mention before.
Yes, sir.
As I'm just going to get up close to him with a hand on his shoulder. You'll be the first one to get a picture of that smug asshole when he's in the ground.
Oh. After everything he put me through,
I mean,
you could see him doing one of his hands, and he goes, he did his own torture to me. This is just a repaired hand. I would really like to get back.
I can make it better.
And he looks at, why would you do that for me?
Simple. You'll understand when we get to the ship.
Okay. And he looks at you, Gilgamesh. Why are you helping me now? After everything I've done to you, he's kind of.
You were clearly put into this situation against your will. The fact that you were planted with a chip inside your cyber brain.
And you could see him reach up and kind of, yes.
Tells me a lot. Makes me think that many of her other subordinates are likely chipped in the same way.
And he looks at you really quick. They are. A lot of them are, especially higher up ones. And he looks at you, Void Striker, and he goes, "Are you sure?"
Well, he can look anyway. He's kind of in me at this point.
Oh, he just kind of asks, "You sure that chip thing is out of my head?" And he's kind of just like, "I just don't want to blow up again."
What I did can only bring back living things, not inanimate objects.
Thank you. He says it
I have
with a bit
another
of
spell for
strain.
inanimate objects.
So you see, he kind of just sits down, like this whole relief off of him. He goes,
I've changed back my bot form, by the way, by this point.
Oh shoot,
so.
yeah. Yeah.
Just want to be clear.
He, in the guild, when I got brought in after being, and he looks at you, Overload Soldier. I quit being that, and I wanted to do better, and then she came along, and next thing you know, I am doing this. Yes, I wasn't the greatest soldier, but I had nothing else. What was I supposed to do?
I mean, again, you did get your job done, and which, with the Decepticons at least, that's pretty much what mattered.
Yes, but at what cost?
Vash, what you've got to understand is wisdom is having the courage to ask why.
Overload, when you walked away, why did you leave?
Simple. I was left to die, and that more or less confirmed that this battle was not exactly worth fighting for.
But what he said to you, the planet you were supposed to be sent to destroy, and you can suddenly feel the little tension build again. Gilgamesh, you kind of feel Carbine tense up a bit, like, and he's just asking you questions about it. He wants to know, was that the reason why you left?
It's what awoke him that maybe I wasn't doing the right.
Don't judge me harshly for this, but I was brought one of those to dissect, in a sense, until they gave me the information. It was a little one. He was so small, and
It is better that you don't say the fate.
I'm holding Carbine and I'm making
Yes.
sure she's doesn't leap at him.
she's you're feeling them both tensed really badly, but it's like she's wanting to hear more what happened. And look at I didn't like you walked away from the situation. I did something I wasn't supposed to. And he goes, could we make a stop, please?
If you give me the coordinates, I can head right there.
And he looks to you, with your permission, sir. And he bows to you again.
I just gesture my hand to the, I guess what would be the cockpit, and just go ahead.
And he kind of he comes up and he goes, these coordinates, please. Kept them secret
I'll
for a very
change
long
direction and move at max speed.
time. And it's
Can
not
I
far.
see where he's taking us?
Yes, you can actually. He shows it to you, so you know where you're going. It is. I give you my word. It is not a trap. All of you. And you guys get to this location. It's not far. It's kind of in the same general direction you're going, surprisingly. But you have to go off about 30 degrees, and you come to this location. Yes, it's right there. Don't land too close. You see a small structure.
I'm going to
And
open up
it's
one of
pretty
my
far out.
side gunship doors so they can jump out if need to. I'll stay in vehicle form.
Yeah, and he goes, just give me a moment, please. I don't know how well this will be. He kind of walks up and he looks back like nervously and he goes, and you see him tap, ting, 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 and it changes tone a little bit as he does it. And you see a panel open up. You see a pair of like these little tiny eyes looking out from the darkness. You can see Carbine is both Carbine and Aegis are tense still, but suddenly it's like, wait. And you can kind of hear Varish. It's okay. They're friends. They're here to help. And you can't really hear what's happening, but you can tell he's trying. It's really okay. Please. They will help.
As he's saying that, I'm gonna deploy a ramp so it actually hits the ground properly from the side door.
You do that. It startles whatever's in this hole back further. It's kind.
Oh,
It's
I've
harder
done
to
that
see.
so the other minicons can get out properly.
I'll
So-
go ahead
I'm
and.
pretty sure they'll probably run out in a second.
Well, I was gonna go ahead and say I was gonna go step down from the ramp.
Yeah, I'll be right
he's,
behind him.
he's like, oh, please, please. He's scared as is. Please.
Don't worry.
Carbine.
As I'm gonna go ahead and grab out the shield on my back and toss it up.
Aegis doesn't transform into his bird form. He comes down in his bot form, and he does that superhero landing on one knee as he comes down. And he doesn't thud. He just kind of, and he stands up slowly. Carbine jumps off of you, lands down, walks up in her caracal form, but then transforms in front of, not far away. And they both walk up hand in hand. And they kind of both, and you guys can suddenly hear this very quiet beeping. And you can see Carbine's gesturing like it's me. But you don't
I
know what
have
she's
dark
saying.
vision of 120 feet. Can I see how many are actually in there?
You see one that's in there. And you can see Varish kind of leans down. It's okay. And he's kind of surprised. And he's kind of gesturing. Minicons? And he's kind of like, okay. But they walk up to the opening, and you can see Aegis puts his hand out, and Carbine, and you see two little hands timidly reach out and touch, and you hear Varish, it's okay. They're minicon like you, and you can see this. This one's shorter than both of them, and it's very
Adorable.
timid, very scared. And it looks at Carbine and Aegis, and for a moment, it just looks at them, and then you can hear them talking. And you could see just this little one grab onto both Carbine and Aegis at the same time, and they just hug each other. And you can hear this beeping for a few moments as they release a little bit. And you can see them gesturing and stuff. And you can hear Varish is yeah, we better go though. And she stops for a moment as they walk and like, hang on, wait a minute. You can see hands, and she runs back in. She grabs this it looks like a piece of paper, but it's a piece of metal. And Varish goes, it's something she's always held on to from her home. The minicons all hold it, and it's a small little placard, not really much left of it. And it's just their minicon symbol with what used to be writing around it. You can't read it anymore. And she holds it to her chest, and they both put her arms around it, and they just walk up into you, Void Striker, quietly.
When they do, I'm going to ask them to put the clock on the floor inside me.
She won't let go of it.
I will tell her that she can keep her hand on it. It just needs to touch me.
She's kind of freaking out a little bit, so they're trying to keep her calm because they're hearing this voice, and they're like, she's new. And Varish is like you, I had a choice. She was supposed to die.
I can fix the clock for you.
She just shakes her head no.
There you are.
They kind of go to the back part of you, and they kind of just sit in a corner together, quietly. They don't.
I will
You don't
lift
hear
up the
anything.
ramp, close the door, and continue onwards.
And Varys is just sitting there. He goes, I shouldn't have saved her. I would
You did the right thing. The right thing is not the easiest thing.
They wanted information from her. I wasn't going to do it. I couldn't.
You made the better choice. This is how you atone for your sins.
I believe you are the perfect man for the job that I require of you.
But I've done so many horrible things.
Everyone here has done something that they regret. You still have a chance to make this right.
You can never change the past, but you can attempt to make sure it never happens again.
As long as she is safe, I will serve you.
Where we
well
plan
with-
on going, it is probably the safest location for her and her kind.
I hope so. As long as you keep her safe, we're fine. I will serve you in any way I can. But do understand, Ava is not one to trifle with easily. But I understand neither are you. I'm not questioning your abilities. I would expect nothing less of you, sir. You are a legend. Not from your race, from your abilities. And would you mind signing my card? I'm kidding. I just want to throw that. You guys meet up with the Phoenix.
Well, because I'm in large, I can't fit inside the Phoenix, so I'm going to extend a ramp so they can go into the Phoenix so I can shrink.
Yeah, you can. That's fine with me. I don't mind that. You pull up. Kiara comes down to the door, and she sees you come in, Gilgamesh, and she hugs you. For a moment, I thought you weren't coming back.
Told you I would.
I know, and she hits you on the arm.
Hey,
It,
and we brought a souvenir. And I'm just like gesturing towards Mark.
Varish walks in and she slugs him.
You know, I should have seen that coming.
And Varish doesn't pull, like, he falls back a bit and he's like, I deserve more than that, Kiara. I apologize. And she takes a step back, like, what? And she looks at you, Gilgamesh. What happened?
I can explain that.
It's a
It's-
long story. Let's be on the move here
Yeah,
before we
I mean-
Once the
start
minicons
discussing.
are off, because I'm assuming they're going to be the last off, considering
Yeah,
they
they're-
have refugee.
and you can see Kiara's looking at Varish, still a little stunned, and then she catches the eye of the third minicon. And she goes, you found another one? On Cybertron?
Technically speaking, he found it. As I'm pointing towards Varsh.
And he's still rubbing his face. At this point, he doesn't care about his looks. He's just,
I'll just
Mm.
kind of put my hand on Kiara. It's true, we went and picked this one up before we managed to get back here.
and you can see Varish turns and he goes, I had a choice, Kiara. But then I didn't, and I just wanted to protect her. The little one is still holding the plaque. It's almost like it's like holding it like a little blankie, and the other two are just kind of, it's
Where's
okay.
Carbine at the moment?
There's on each, Aegis and Carbine are on each side of the new minicon. She's just,
I'm going to transform it into the ship now.
And you see the little one kind of get startled and stumbles back and gets kind of freaked out from you doing that real quick. And Kiara is kind of standing there and she leans down and catches the little one in her hands. And she just kind of
I'm
leans
sorry,
down.
little one.
It's okay. He's not going to hurt you. And the little one just kind of looks up wide eyed. The optics are just, it's okay. And she's just holding the little one lightly. It's all right. And you can see Carbine and
In
Aegis.
ancient Cyberterranean, I'm just going to say you were safe here.
The little one just kind of cocks its head, like looks at you. And Carbine looks at you, Gilgamesh. She doesn't understand that language.
I'm going to walk up to both of them and I'm going to kneel down to their level.
The little one's kind of gets a little frightened of you at first, and she kind of tucks back into Kiara's hands.
I would have played
more.
Scamper to help the situation.
Oh no! This little one.
Yeah, no, don't scare the little one. I'm doing my thing.
It's like,
Give him a little jig.
and Kiara kind of holds her up a little higher, and it's like, it's okay, it's okay. He's not going to do anything to you. And she's just really gentle, very soft.
I'm gonna take Vash to the medical.
And you can see Varish really quickly. It'll be okay. You're safe here. And just kind of like, it's all right. And just kind of like, and he goes with you and he's like, this is an interesting ship.
Where we're going, I'm pretty sure you'll find even more interesting.
Anyway.
So I'm going to take my sword out from my side. I'm going to lay it down. And just hands on my knees. My name is Gilgamesh. You are safe here. Do you understand?
And she kind of hesitantly nods toward you. And she's just a timid little thing. She's kind of a darker blue with just lighter blue highlights. She's not very big. She's small, way smaller than Aegis and Carbine. She would be almost like maybe like a 4 to 5 foot, whereas Aegis and Carbine are almost 6 foot tall. And she's shorter. She's not very big at all. And so she's this tiny little thing. Literally, Kiara's holding her in one hand, but she has both of them. And it's like, you're all right. And you guys can see that she has been dusty and dirty for a long time. And you can see Carbine kind of climbs up onto your shoulder and goes, you can hear the beeping between both of them. And then Aegis kind of just hops up on your other shoulder and he kind of pats you on the shoulder. It's like friend, safe, okay. And you can hear the beeping between them. And she kind of stands up a little bit and it's a little wobbly. And she holds on to Kiara's thumb because it's right there. And she's still got the plaque in the other hand. And she kind of reaches out to your face because she's trying to touch you. And she's just reaching a bit. And
I'll kind of lean down to her so she can reach.
She touches your cheek and she sees your optic. In one of your optics, her head is just right there. But she leans back a bit and then she leans forward and puts her head right against yours. And it's kind of her sign of saying friend. And she leans back and she kind of, all of you just witness her, just kind of, her optics kind of start drooping and she just kind of collapses. And you hear Aegis and Carbine, they're beeping kind of frantic a little bit. And they're checking her. They're reaching. Kiara's like, whoa, what's happening? What happened?
Let's get her to medical.
And you all end up at this point in medical. Varish is there. What happened to her? And he's kind of like, please. I've tried to keep her safe and fed and everything. It's been very difficult.
The moment I see them walk in, I'm gonna transform my arm and start scanning properly.
Felix comes in and he goes, "Another one? Oh, great. Okay, I'll help." And you can see him prep and everything. He goes, "The rest of you need to step out for a moment, just a little bit." And you can see Aegis and Carbine won't move. And he goes, "Except for
I
these
just
two."
pick them up and put them on my shoulder because it's the best of you for this.
And they don't argue with you. They're just like, okay, she's laying there. She is such a tiny little thing. And Carbine kind of taps on your shoulder, Void Striker. And she goes, "Me down now."
I
she
will put it down.
she kind of gets down there. And Aegis kind of just looks at you kind of sideways like, "I don't know what to do in this situation." And she's kind of moving this little one around. So she's looking, and Felix is like, "I don't have the tools. Void, you're going to have to handle this one."
I hope it's just a simple medical. I hope she just needs energon and medical check.
So with your capabilities, you're able to scan this little bot. And with Carbine's help too, she's able to.
And since I'm technically also using tools, that's double proficiency. That's also technically +4.
I was gonna say, could I assist since I don't really assist
That's
that
still
much
a
in medical.
21.
Yeah, you
with the
actually, if
17.
you have an ability that would help, sure.
I have spare the
I think he
dying,
wants
which would
to,
stabilize her.
I think he wants to perform the assist action.
If
Well,
you
no,
want,
because I have spare the dying, which keeps her stable. So
As-
if she's becoming weaker, I can stabilize her.
what you can do is let him analyze her first and see what he comes up with, and then if need be, you can do that.
And if another case, I do have a spell that I could use.
I have
Okay.
plenty of medical spells I can use too. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I'll tell you this right now, Void Striker, you do a scan. Your scanner is a little more detailed because you can minimize it down to such a small bot. And your readings show that she is, in a sense, she's very malnourished. And
I'm going to look to Felix and go. We're going to need to perform an energon transfusion drip.
and you see Carbine's like, "You guys are way too big for this." And she's just like,
By the way, as this is happening, I'm going to use my hand to split to the right tool. So basically, my fingers are going to split to the tiny tools that I require.
and you see her, you see Carbine go, "Wait, stop, just for a moment." And how you guys can pop out a little fragment of energon.
I was gonna
does the
say
same.
I have. She's gonna do something. Okay, sorry.
No. If you got something, what do you got?
I was gonna
might let
say
you play it.
I have the perfect item. Energon bits.
There you go. That'll work. If you want to offer them up, because you can
Yeah,
see,
I have 5 little bits of them.
and she kind of is like, she gestures for you to bring them over, and she'll take some from you, and they're small enough that you're like the triplets. They love having them from you because they're literal kids. This little one, it's a little big, but Carbine just sits her up, and it's like just enough. And what she does is she ends up squeezing it so it runs a little liquid, and then she looks at you, Void Striker, like, "Can you bring your tools down here?"
I will bring my hand closer for her.
And
I knew these would help one day.
she's like gesturing for you to take this and start like piercing it and let it run down into her.
I will do exactly that.
And then she lays her back lightly, and then you can see her taking your other tools and moving them, and she starts in a way prying the leg open because there's something wrong, and she's doing it very carefully. And Felix is like using a magnifying glass, literally almost, to see. His optics are good, but they're not
At
that
this
good.
point,
And
I'm
he's
just
like,
going to basically, have you seen Bionicle at all?
"Oh yeah,
You know, the eyes guy, how the eyes zoomed
uh-huh.
in?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that with one of my optics.
Yeah." And you can see clearly in there, Felix is like, "Oh, that doesn't look right?" He's like, "I don't know. I can't tell what it is." But Carbine's like, looking, and she takes some of your tools and moves them, and you can see her doing some stuff. And you see a few little sparks here and there, and it's like you just hear this. It sounds really quiet. It sounds like miniature welding almost, and you can see her moving
So
some
it
stuff.
almost
And
sounds like soldering.
yeah, and for her it would be. If to you guys it would be like soldering. To her, it's just tiny welding. So for her, it's just welding, not anything to her. But she's sitting there, and she closes the leg up carefully, and she tacks it shut, and she looks around, and she's like, and suddenly it's that moment of you see the optics slowly open, and
I'm going to lean back up so she's not scared. My face is right there.
she kind of sees you and kind of slides back into Carbine, and Carbine's like, it's okay, because she still sees your hand tools.
Until I'm 100% sure she's okay now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wait like a minute or two,
It's-
then I'm going to
and
transform my hand back.
Yeah, Carbine just beeps at her, and it's like, no, like tools, it's okay, fix, repair. She kind of stands up stumbling, and she's able to walk a bit better. And then she realizes something. She starts patting herself down. Where is it? Where is it? The little plaque. Kiara steps forward. Are you looking for this, little one? And the little one kind of like, and hands it to her very gingerly, and she comes up and kind of snatches it back and pulls it back and timidly, and then she runs back over to Carbine and kind of curls into her like, it's okay, it's fine.
Oh, you know, Sirius, this is the time where I want to introduce her to Scamper so Scamper can help her out. So I'm going to introduce Scamper to her.
So you deploy Scamper, and he comes down, and she's kind of afraid of everything right now, and Carbine's like, and just gesturing. These are hand gestures you don't even recognize, Void. She's doing certain things, and it's like she's teaching her what this new stuff is. So she gets up very carefully, and she turns to Carbine, and like really not wanting to let go of the plaque, but she kind of hesitated back and forth a few times, and she's like, and she kind of carefully walks over. She's looking at every one of you. You are massive compared to her. And she's like looking around, and she comes over to Scamper, and she kind of touches him like with the finger and backs up. It's like, and Scamper just kind of moves a little bit, like, and just waves. And she kind of waves back, and it's like, pet, just very timid. And she kind of just like waves, and he waves again, and she just kind of goes walking back over. And like you can hear some beeping. It's very quiet from this one. And you don't know what they're saying though. And Carbine's not saying anything to you, Gilgamesh. She's just yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah.
not useful here, I left
Yeah.
to go to the bridge,
Okay.
and I'm taking
Yeah.
us.
So-
I'm setting a course to the Black Station.
So this little one at this point, Carbine's like, come with me. And she
If they're
kinda-
hopping off the table, I will offer my hand so they can get down.
the little one hesitates, like, well, and Carbine's like, it's okay. She doesn't want to get down. She doesn't want to get onto your hand. She's like, Kiara kind of steps up. It's okay. And Kiara kind of gestures with her hand. The little one kind of runs over and hops into her hand because she gestured so closely. And it's like, okay. And so she lowers her hand down, and the little one kind of hops down, and she's like, I don't know what that was about, but all right. And Carbine's like, she turns to you, Void, and she kind of signs thank you, as well as Aegis.
I'll just nod at her.
And they kind of hop off of you, and they kind of lead her down the, like to the upstairs, to the corridors, where the quarters are. Kiara's kind of taken up quarters in one of the other rooms. I'm gonna have to give her an icon. I don't have one, but she's taking up one of the quarters, kind of next to where Gilgamesh is, because it's one of the front compartments. Because the triplets have the other room, so, and somebody's taking the other room on the left side of the ship, so I can't exactly give her that one. So as
Oh, she can have the room if she wants it. I don't need a room.
well, it's there, but as you, Gilgamesh,
I'm
you're
fine
up at
with
the
staying in
bridge.
the hangar.
Yep.
Okay, you kind of hear these little footsteps walking. They're very faint, but the ship is quiet anyway, so you just hear the rumbling of the engine and that.
I'm just gonna give Vash a quick check over, by the way.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. He goes, "Will she be okay?" Like, he's concerned.
Only time can tell you, Vash.
All right. And he just kind of sits back and he's like, and he's kind of feeling, he looks like he's lost right now. He just doesn't know what to do. And Gilgamesh, you see Aegis, Carbine, and this little one. You can kind of see
And
Carbine.
Scamper.
Oh yeah, it's Scamper. Kind of
Scamper's
walking.
just following around like a puppy at this point.
Yeah, and she's kind of watching him, and kind of you get the sense that she's giggling because you hear some beeping that sounds a little cheerful, and Carbine kind of looks at you, Gilgamesh. Is it okay if she stays with me in our quarters?
I have no issue with that.
Thank you.
He
And
just
she
kind of sits back into the chair. I pull out the course already, and we're en route, and I'm just kind of sitting back, just thinking.
So she takes her down into the quarters. Aegis is like, I'll see you around. Scamper kind of follows down in there. And a little time passes, like, 10 minutes later. Carbine comes back up and she meets you up in the bridge, Gilgamesh. And she's not in her clerical form. She's just bot form.
He hasn't moved from that position, just kind of like sitting back, just head on the headrest.
She climbs up onto the console and she looks out the window, but then she turns to you. She's going to need some time to rest. She doesn't understand everything that's happened except for pain. It's going to take her time. Scamper, she thinks is a pet right now. The plaque came off of a building, and it's her security right now from one of our old buildings, home. So please understand, she's going to need time. And you can hear her voice waver.
You know, I wouldn't ask her of anything, especially given her condition.
I am mad. No. I am angry. But
No.
you see her not losing it. You don't feel her really venting it right now. She just kind of sits down. I am very angry.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's like something right there.
Hmm?
See where I'm picking? There's like
Hmm.
something right there when my mouse goes over it. I don't know what it is.
Where is it at again? Oh, that is, whoops. That is, if I remember right, it's some furniture down there. I forgot what it was. I think it's a couch or some, or two-seater chair.
No, there's like something there that's from roll 20 that's right there when you flick your mouse over it.
Really? I don't see anything.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
Oh, it might just be on my end then.
Huh. Something new to play with and find out.
Oh, no,
I'll
I'm just
check the
gonna
maps.
reconnect it.
But yeah, he's just sitting there kind of, I'm just very angry. So is Aegis. He's handling it better than I am, but I don't, I want vengeance, but we found her. She doesn't really have a name right now. She is one of our young mini cons. And she turns and kind of looks out the window. Home.
I would like to make my way onto the bridge.
Oops, gotta zoom the map back. So we can see this, what this looks like, where they're going at. You can just see Carbine sitting up there. Gilgamesh is in his seat, his pilot seat. Kiara kind of comes up and kind of bounces in a little bit, kind of happy, but at the same time, like, I'm up here to help out. What do you need me to do? And she kind of just sits in the navigator seat, and it's like, starts naturally just doing some stuff, and in a sense that's become her new little console area to do information and stuff for you.
As I walk in, I'm going to say, sorry if I'm interrupting something. Didn't mean to ping that, apologies.
That's all right. Don't worry. I do it too.
I
Gilgamesh
apologize
is
if
pretty
I'm
much
interrupting.
unchanged.
He's just
I'm going to hand him a data chip.
I'll take it and I'll just kind of look it over.
That's the codes you need to disable this station's defensive systems.
Is there a slot on the console for me to give that to Phoenix?
yes.
So I'll slide in the chip and let Phoenix access the information.
Codes ready. Scanning perimeters. All clear.
I'll turn my chair a little bit to the void and ask him, how far out do we need to use these?
Close. Uncomfortably close.
So what are we talking? 50 kilometers, 100?
30.
All right. This station we're going to. What are we going to find there?
Something that will serve as a haven, and as well as a reminder of things that should never have happened. But if all goes to plan, I suppose you could say we'll find home.
Galaxy Star, you're gonna have to watch back a little bit from here. You missed out on a tiny little minicon. I had to throw that in there. As you guys are talking, Carbine kind of gets up, transforms into her caracal form, hops over to the other console where Kiara is sitting, and kind of just curls up onto her lap for a moment. And Kiara's just like, "Oh, hello," and just like, "Does this happen often?" And she just starts petting her while she's working.
Gilgamesh is 1,000 yards staring out into the stars.
And with that, we're going to end session here.
Hmm.
Sorry, it wasn't as short as I thought. Sorry. I kind of got carried away in the story.
Fine.
As it usually does.
Yeah.
It's a good spot to end.
I am tired trying to handle it too. It's like, I'm awake. No, I'm not. It's also one in the.
But you're
Morning.
still probably a bit salty over the combat encounter.
Shut the hell up. Oh.
What was that? Cleave another 5 enemies in a row?
Oh,
Gladly.
no.
Just delete 3 enemies from existence, don't mind me.
Oh, no. The 3 characters just got squished, and Kiara takes off with the mini cons to a new place
Hey,
to live.
guess what? I got relentless endurance. I survived that shit.
And you get ejected out the ship, and you're in space floating around. Unless Void Striker comes out of nowhere in his bot or alt mode. And
Hey,
picks you
Void
up.
Striker 2.0, the Flying Bard.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, but me and Overload got this whole good cop, bad cop vibe going down real nice.
Yeah, it's like, what the heck?
And meanwhile, here's Void Striker making sure everybody thinks he's not as smart as he actually is.
You guys decimated all those guys. I'm like, I really had something planned out here. And I was just like, never mind introducing anything.
I was
else.
expecting more people to come through that door in that encounter, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I did have a few other things, but at that point, all my rolls, and I'm dead serious, all my rolls went downhill again.
They went downhill
Like I said,
fast.
this was revenge for your fucking double nat 20s with that combiner.
Yeah, just over half my HP in one shot, why don't you?
Okay, I'll arrange it.
You already done it!
Oh, no, I'm not done yet. So,
Hey, at least I got a shotgun.
so now your ship is starting to become a daycare. So what do you think? You better.
It was
put up
already
playpens.
becoming one.
Yeah.
Now it's just getting bigger.
Yeah, in a sense. But you guys just got introduced to a younger minicon.
I like this minigun.
Yeah, she is very timid, and I wanted Varish to be
Very small, want to protect.
Yeah, she is literally smaller than everybody else at this point. Nobody else
Except
is.
Scamper.
Scamper is small, but she is small, and to everybody,
Could she ride Scamper like a mount?
Yes, pretty much.
We
She's
must
small.
do this.
Give it a moment. Yeah. She does not have a name yet because she literally was, in a sense.
So it sounds like she was a proto minigun then.
Yes. Taken very early, let's put it that way. And put through hell. Just like all the minicons.
Yeah.
So you're getting introduced to one that was supposed to be tortured and literally torn apart and destroyed, which I didn't have the heart to really to go into that detail, so I'm like, no, I can't do that. And it would have torn me apart, and I do start breaking during these when I have to describe emotional scenes, so I have to really keep myself in check.
Why do you think I said that you should probably leave the fate of the little one to yourself?
Yeah, and it would have been a lot more brutal. And what Varish had done, yes, is brutal, but like with Overload's character, he had a turning point, but then things didn't turn the way he wanted. So it's like you got quite a crew going on here. Now you got Kiara on
station is
board.
going to work as a really nice base of operations too.
Yeah, you got.
I'll tell you later what I was thinking with the Black Station Matrix.
Oh yeah, don't tell them on the street. They don't need to know.
Yeah.
No, it's.
Of course I'll tell her. She's part of the almighty Potato Lord Army.
Oh God, there you go. If you're not a mini-con, get out. Unless you change into a mini-con potato somehow, that would be interesting, but weird. But no.
I can make Scamper's alt form a potato.
No. Although it'd be entertaining to watch the ride. What in the world is that? It's a potato.
Then load him into a giant potato cannon and fire.
Oh no, we're not. No. Scamper just became mashed potatoes on the wall. Sorry.
And now you're out of
It's
ammo.
alright.
Yeah.
As long as there's a piece of him, I can fix him.
Oh jeez.
Literally.
All the mini cons run up and eat him. They were hungry. Oops. Sorry.
Remember those old rock transformers?
I actually have them. I have a few.
Yeah.
I can find them and I can pull them out and show them on stream one time. One time. That's probably about it.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference between them is color, really, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. There wasn't much to them. But
Isn't
yeah.
it like the green, the brown, the gray, and the yellow, and maybe the red, I think?
Yeah, kind of. There, I have three of them.
I had
I
the
have
green one.
Yeah, I have the green one, the pterodactyl looking big sucker, and then I forgot the other two were. Shoot, I got the gold one. I forgot what the other one is. I'll have to find it. I know I have them still, so.
It's going to be an interesting video to watch on YouTube, especially with the AFK moment at the beginning.
Shit. Everybody ignore that part if you get to this. Sorry, something happened. Didn't expect.
The Australian was being an Aussie.
Yeah. And then there was an incident somewhere along where I had AFK for a moment. Apologize there, but things happen. So
That's all right. We're talking about how to dethrone you as a DM. Don't worry.
go right ahead.
No.
Go right ahead. You don't know where this goes. You don't know my universe.
Mercer can do it. Give him more headaches.
You have no idea of the power I hold. I mean, I could throw Unicron at you if you want. I mean,
I will flip Unicron off as I die.
but what have I said in the beginning of these stories? Unicron's already defeated, and then the great battle happened. Okay.
Joke's on you, Unicron is always with me.
I mean,
Oh, that explains
Unicron
why.
survived after it was quote-unquote destroyed. Remember, Starscream.
Did he? I don't know about that. Are we
Yeah.
in that universe?
I mean, I don't know. We could also be in the Cybertron one where he became a giant fucking black hole.
Okay, that's just disturbing. Please stop talking. Oh, no, you're Unicron. Didn't you know that?
Oh, if I'm Unicron, yes.
But you have no
Someone
power.
get me an Orson Welles voice changer. Let's go.
Yeah, but you have no powers. You're useless. You're just kind of in the way. You're the
Fine.
guy kicked to the side.
I will be as egotistical as I
He's the
once
pet
was.
rock.
He's the better off.
Fear me! I pebble in anger.
All right. Do you guys have anything to plug? Oh, good. No.
No.
User
No.
redacted never has anything to plug. Links.
Praise the almighty Potato Lord.
Oh, Jesus.
Praise the Potato Lord army.
I'll give you
And you
his
shall be saved.
Discord. You can go worship him personally. Friend request the hell out of him.
Oh, I don't mind. You feel free. I don't care.
Oh, Jesus. He's too willing. But links are down below on the Twitch channel. And if you catch us on the YouTube, you'll see. And actually, I can slap it up here. I'm going to show my ego. But there are links all
Yes,
up
Galaxy
here.
Star. All hail the potato.
Don't encourage him. But yeah, you can see all the links there too. There's all the videos. Yeah, all that good stuff. And then the rest of these jokers, if they do anything, find the links. If user redacted ever does anything, I'll put a link up there for him too, so you can jump from place to
Yeah,
place and we
He's
can
a bit
confuse you.
slow.
We don't talk about that in front of him.
Why?
We,
I'm
we
Australian.
talk
I'll do
about
it.
to him.
I already gave him enough headaches in my own server.
Uh,
I'm gonna do.
yeah, that's about it. So, let me see. We're gonna try and keep this to Fridays, right, guys? If I
I'm
don't
fine with
have
Fridays.
if I don't have an issue come up, it should be about 4 p.m. Pacific time. Today was a little
It means I'll
problem.
actually be able to sleep more
Yeah.
instead of
So,
waking up at like 5 in the morning to join these things.
oh shoot, sorry, I keep forgetting. Yeah, your time
Yeah.
zone.
Because unless my work schedule changes, which it might come the start of next year, we'll see. But if there's going to be any changes, we'll address them right away and we'll talk about them.
Yeah.
But for now, we should be good.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm-
the enemy of
Yeah.
any D&D campaign. Scheduling.
Scheduling conflicts.
And then players who
I mean,
kill
that's how
off
so
everything.
many good campaigns just die.
I know. And that's why I like. That's why we're doing this
That's
as
how
late
my
as we are
first
because
campaign as a DM died. Scheduling conflicts.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
challenge
and
me.
I'm
And we were just getting to the right meat and potatoes of the main story too. It was annoying as shit.
and
I feel you because that's been my struggle to keep the D and Destiny campaign going. It's like ugh.
Damn, bro.
See, I just throw a
Yeah.
bunch of
I'm
emotional.
remaking my D&D campaign.
See,
The
now
first
we
one I
got
ever
them.
did.
Well, with
I'll plug that. I'll get Matrix to stream my remake of my original D&D campaign, and people can see how much I suck during the day.
you hear him snoring a lot in there. He's just asleep. It's okay.
Actually, you wouldn't hear me snoring at all. Apparently, I stopped breathing while I sleep. Joys of Esma.
Okay, so you hear a dead person in there. Sorry.
The potato
I don't know
lord
how that would
temporarily
work.
takes me from the world.
Jeez. May the almighty
How else am I
potato
going
come and
to-
get you.
Exactly. How else am I meant to perceive his magnificence? He is too strong for this world.
Yes,
Hey, if I get
rich
enough
in
people, I can literally make a
carbohydrates.
potato lord religion and then be tax exempt.
Hey, why not? There you go. Maybe I can get my house tax written off. It's a church. I grow potatoes in it. There we go.
You have potato blood.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Catch all the links, the channels. If you missed any, most of them are up there when I didn't have technical issues. So yeah, you can catch all these jokers streaming nowhere but here. I make them
I stream.
suffer. Oh, shut up. We don't want to hear you.
I don't want to share my stream with you either.
And I might stream a few small bot openings I got while I was out of town earlier today. So we'll see. But you guys want to say bye? Oh, no, you don't want to hear
No.
them. No, hang on, let me mute them. They don't need to talk.
Yes, mute them so they can understand the mighty word of the potato lord. For he is the only one important.
Oh my god. What have I done?
You
Wherever
gave
you're
the
at.
potato lord a platform.
Yeah, I did. Wherever you're at in the world, you have a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Sleep well. Don't get into too much trouble. Have fun in life. I'm going to give you a whole spew of junk. I don't know what I'm saying because I'm tired. Be safe out
We'll
there.
see you guys next week. Get some sleep. Christmas Day, we're likely gonna have something going on, either a Q&A or a holiday one-shot. We're not sure yet, but we're gonna do something on Christmas Day on the
And-
25th.
If we do a one shot and I can be a cleric, I'm gonna praise the potato lord the entire session.
Well, if it's a Q&A, Galaxy Star is going to ask all the questions on both campaigns, and she's just going to make them up as she goes, right? Just putting her on spot.
No,
It's like,
she-
don't
the
do
only
that to
thing
somebody
she
now.
needs to worry about is when and where the potato lord will show
Wait,
up.
no. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that. No. Generally, you can ask us questions if we do a Q&A and that, and we'll try to answer them. No, I will not spoil it if I can help it. I do that on my own without any trouble. So please don't ask me. See, I can just spew stuff and it doesn't matter. I'll spoil it for you. But yeah. So we're going to do that. Try and do that Sunday. I'm trying to remember what day we just said.
Yeah, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday on Christmas Day on the 25th.
Yeah. It'll be fine. We'll all wear Santa hats and you get to see our faces and then you all pass out from fear.
Nah, I'm just gonna put a Santa hat on my ghost icon again.
Yeah. That works too. No, I'm going to show my face again. There we go.
Face reveal?
Yeah.
Alright, everybody get your mirrors, get ready for them to crack.
Okay. I mean, you really want to crack to that, but okay. Dave already knows.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I look like a potato.
See you next. Just look at the schedule down below. I can't remember anything right now.
I guess the
Oh.
next time they see me, the mighty potato lord is the
Next time we'll all do this will be on the following Sunday, unless you're gonna do any box opening streams, in which case I'll drop in.
What he said. There we go. Bye, everyone.